has been to date in terms of meeting those goals. So we here today would like to reflect on the implications of this conference, the UN Climate Change Conference, or, if we use the shorthand term, COP27. And we want to consider really what the role of universities is in contributing to responding to the climate change crisis. And we want to consider what work we've done here on the Climate Change Project, and what the contributions are that work has made to date, and what sorts of contributions it will continue to make going forward. So I won't give you a project introduction right now. I will leave that to our principal investigator, who is Tristan McCowan, and he'll elaborate a couple of key things that you need to know. What I will say, however, is that COP27 is a fascinating discussion because it raises so many issues, so many cross-cutting issues around reducing greenhouse gas emissions and how that then articulates with addressing issues of poverty or addressing broader social justice issues. And then you have discussions around what is the role of technology with respect to that. And then the discussion then also includes what is the role of institutions of education? How can they exploit technologies or other sorts of tools and devices in order to ensure that they are supporting the drive to respond to the climate change crisis? So all of this is quite an overwhelming conversation, right? And what is overwhelming about it as well is the fact that we are talking about so many things and we're talking about them in such a vague way. So the aim today of this event is to try and concretize some of the things that we think we can do going forward. So what are the sorts of actions that we have begun on the Climate Change Project? How are we taking those forward? What are the opportunities as well for advocacy that arise, both within Climate Change, but just more generally, given all of the work that is taking place? And I have to also highlight that as much as we were not able to attend COP27, the Climate U team, we were lucky enough to have our partners represent us. So the Association of Commonwealth Universities was generous enough to showcase some of our materials at COP27. And this is one of the rationales for having this discussion, to follow up on showcasing what we've done and allowing people to have a conversation with us virtually and here and reflect on what the work that we have done really, really means. All right. So all of that said, I hope that's a teaser that gets you excited about the discussions today. It's going to be lively. There are a lot of opportunities for debate. We won't be talking at you. So I really encourage everyone, both in this room and online, to please engage as actively as you would like to and as we would like you to. So with that said, I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. I'll go through the program and mention a couple of other points. So the first thing to say about our program is that the first bit of it will give you a wonderful overview of these bits of work on the Climate U project, which I've been referring to, and yet I haven't told you what we're doing. So you will be told in the very first session what we're working on. Thereafter, we have our international conversation with colleagues in Kenya as well as in Tanzania. And that's exciting because they talk about participatory action research activities that have been carried out. Some of them are still in the process of being completed. So we'll get an update of what's going on, what have the impacts been, what else would we like to see going forward from that kind of work. And then we have a wonderful panel who will give us critical reflections on those PAR activities. And we close off then with a much more open debate, going back to the question about what are the actions going forward, what are the opportunities for advocacy. And that conversation is for all of us. It's not just for Climate U, it's for all of us to think about what sorts of actions we can take on. All right. So all of that said, I want to reiterate, particularly to the people online, that it is a very, very active day of conversation. Please pop your questions into the Q&A function on Zoom. If you have a comment, then please pop the comment into the chat function so that we have a clear sense of delineating what people are contributing, but we want all of those contributions, please. And then the other thing that I would like to ask of the people in the room is permission to photograph you. We would like to publicize this event as much as possible. So if you have an issue with being photographed and you would not like your image going out on the internet, please let me know or chat to my two colleagues in the corner, and we will happily blur your face or whatever, make some kind of arrangement to ensure that we respect your privacy, right? The last thing that I will say is, you see we have like a very snazzy banner in the corner over there, which we're very proud of because it's got a QR code at the bottom. If you scan it, it takes you to our website where you can see our publications, you can see our working papers, you can see the tools that we've developed in order to carry out the various bits of work on this project. So please do walk up to it, read what's on it, and then scan the QR code. The other thing, Twitter, please tweet. We are at Climate Uni, so at Climate Uni with a V, and you can use hashtag climate, hashtag Climate Uni, hashtag higher education. You can also hashtag COP27, because that's what the conversation is about. We're also on YouTube, so I'm doing a lot of marketing, but look at our YouTube as well. On YouTube, we are Climate-Uni, and there's a lot of stuff from the teams that we are working with, actual video material that will give you a sense, a visual sense of what has been done, and it's quite spectacular. Okay, I've said a lot, and now I will hand over to Tristan, who will say even more, but this time about the Climate U project.
Thank you very much, Paulessa, for the introduction and for facilitating the event. It's really great to see you here in the room and online. Welcome to the event. I think it's going to be a really exciting discussion today. If you have Googled Climate U, you may have seen that we are a place, apparently. We are a place in Bloomsbury. You may also have seen that we're a weather forecasting service, which was slightly worrying when we saw that. Please don't ask us what the weather will be like at any point in the future. We are a research and impact project funded by the Global Challenges Research Fund, and it's a fund that promotes action in concert with research. So we're trying to bring change, but we're also trying to generate understanding and knowledge that will support change at different levels. And in our case, that's bringing together many institutions. And we've grown. We now have 17 institutions across 6 continents, amazingly. So we actually have institutions in North and South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. And this is a really key part of the project for us, because not only do we believe that everyone needs to work together to resolve the climate crisis, which I think we would all agree, but that there's particular value in terms of research through generating understanding across factors of difference. Now, for us in our institutions, that's differences of institutions. So we're working with different kinds of university and higher education institution, public and private, different sizes and so forth, different kinds of higher education systems. So we've got giant systems like Brazil, more than 2,000 institutions, to very compact ones, Fiji with 4 higher education institutions, with very different factors and policy conditions underpinning them. Also, of course, different cultures, different environmental contexts. All of the countries we're working with naturally are facing the challenges of climate change, but in different ways. And they're working in different languages. So we have many, many languages represented across the project. The main higher education languages are English and Portuguese, but we also have Morocco as part of our group, and they function in French and Arabic. So we have multiple languages in higher education, and many, many more in the societies in which they're working. And it's one of the important aspects of the project is that we're trying to work multilingually. So it's a project that focuses on climate action and underpinned by certain principles around our understanding of what the crisis is. And we see it as a civilizational crisis, so one that resists technical solutions because it's rooted in ourselves, in our beings, in the societies that we've created, in our political, economic systems and cultures. And that, of course, brings a particular importance to learning and knowledge production. So that's one of the aspects of it. It's also, the project's also underpinned by a notion of climate justice, this is not just an issue that affects all of us, which it does, but it affects us in one which is intensely unjust because of the disproportionate responsibilities for causing the problem and the impacts, the negative impacts. And finally, we see this is a question of not only mitigation, so trying to reduce the impacts of greenhouse gases, but also adaptation and regeneration, trying to create the conditions for a new kind of community, society, and world, both socially in human terms and through the natural environment. In universities, we're trying to look holistically, so across all of the different functions, teaching, research, community engagement in all the different types, public debate and campus operations, and we'll hear different inputs on those elements. And also in a multi, inter and transdisciplinary way. So one of the really exciting things about the project is not only we work in lots of different places, but across lots of different disciplines. So we have meteorologists, anthropologists, engineers, educationists, people from a whole range of different areas. And that's an important thing. It can be quite a challenging thing to speak the same language. But an essential thing, I'm sure you'll all agree, in addressing the climate crisis. So on our flashing new banner here, you can see the different areas of work. So we've started, we're nearly 3 years into what is now a 4-year project. So we are actually quite a way through. Sorry, you will have lost my image on the online, but I promise I'll return very shortly. I'm just showing a diagram. But we've moved between the building blocks here, which are understanding systems of higher education. We'll have presentations immediately following this on a systematic review of literature, which Lorena will present, and a large-scale survey of undergraduate students, which Kane will present. So that's some of the building blocks about trying to understand the starting point, as it were, in terms of knowledge production and student views. And we have a range of other theoretical and literature-based work that you can see on our website. So we've got national literature reviews, the various theoretical papers that people have written trying to understand that context. We then move on to the dark green block there, which is, this is the core of the research, which is the participatory action research. And that's going to be the main topic of the session after the break. Alex will introduce the principles of participatory action research, and then we'll be joined by colleagues from Kenya and Tanzania, who will give us examples of the participatory action research that they've done. But these are just two cases of many partners we have who can't be joining us today. Some of them are having their own events in other parts of the world. But all of the institutions that are partnering on this project are carrying out their own participatory action research projects. And then we're moving through to the knowledge exchange dimension and feeding back in a cyclical fashion. So that's a little bit of what the project's about. It's of course information, and we really look forward to your inputs today to give us new insights, point out things that we haven't seen, our blind spots, to try and challenge what we're doing. And also, please do share your own experiences. I know a number of people in here are very active in this area in other contexts and different dimensions of the university. So please do share the experiences you have as well as your views. Very much looking forward to the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Tristan. I'm not introducing because that's already been done. I just want to reiterate to everyone online that while Lorena is talking, please do pop your questions and comments into the Q&A function and the chat function. And as Tristan said, these two presentations, the first by Lorena and then by Kane, these are quite interesting because we are talking about the data that's been collected on this project, what issues it raises, what issues it problematizes, and we're hoping that you can contribute and help us to think about all of that. So Lorena, over to you.
Thank you. I'm just having a quick technical thing where I'm not quite sure. I guess I have to share my screen here. Or where was the double screen?
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yeah. Just so online participants, can they see that, Nima? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Tristan. I'm going to move this. See myself. Thank you, Tristan, for the introduction, and thank you, Melissa, for the introduction, and thank you all for joining us today at this event. It's been a long time coming, I think, and I'm actually really excited to be able to talk to you about this particular part of the Climate U project, which has also been a long time coming, has been a work in progress since I started being involved in systematic review last June. And it's been one of the most challenging but also enriching experience of my early kind of career research life. So I really have to start by acknowledging my fellow authors in this systematic review, because it was genuinely a very collaborative process. It's still ongoing. Hopefully, I'll be able to share with all of our participants a link to our working paper once it's published very soon. But I'm excited to share some of the key kind of points and findings and ideas around the systematic review with you today. So as Tristan mentioned, obviously the project is very involved and it has an overarching question of exploring the ways in which universities are addressing or are not addressing the issue of climate change. And for this systematic review in particular, we were interested in really looking at how universities respond to challenges of climate change, but looking really closely at the evidence that is out there. So while there's existing work kind of reviewing universities and, say, sustainable development, which is a very broad term, I'll talk to you about terminology in a second, or climate change in education, which is also, there's a lot of literature around it. Often when we talk about education, it might imply kind of schooling specifically. What we found was that there hasn't really been a systematic gathering of evidence of work on the role of higher education institutions or universities and how they respond to the climate crisis specifically. So we were interested in kind of filling that gap and aiming to answer this key question. So how are universities responding to the challenge of climate change? So in answering this question, there are kind of two distinct contributions that we're aiming to do with the systematic review. So first, we're aiming to capture the global distribution of literature to date. So what is out there, asking which topics, which methods, which countries and regions predominate in the discussion and the debate, and how, and potentially which areas are neglected. And the second one is, again, really that question around evidence. So what evidence do we have, not just around theorizations of potentials for universities and climate change, but what evidence do we have for effective interventions to address the climate crisis? So through a synthesis of key findings of empirical studies only, I'll go again into how we included and excluded studies in this systematic review. So we were looking only at empirical studies. The systematic review, we hope, will generate a global picture of the kind of work that universities are doing in different contexts all across the world, with a specific aim, again, to build evidence about effective interventions. So we synthesize that literature, and we are, again, trying to address that main question there. So what did we know sorry, you can't see the title. What did we know before we started the review? So again, what systematic reviews or not existed before we kind of embarked on this one. So this review really sits within a much broader set of literature that explores the role of universities for sustainable development. But again, that term sustainable development is very, very broad. So we see this kind of relationship between higher education and climate change and sustainable development as key, but we had to think about, again, how we take it a step further analytically and really hone in on the role of universities here. So not just education more generally, not just sustainability more generally, but really looking at the relationship. So again, previous studies had looked at education, but maybe not higher education. There are kind of, again, those broader studies, and we were really, again, aiming to hone in on the role of universities. So, sorry, I got my notes. So this is, again, this is a very, very brief summary of a very, very long and complicated process. But as you can see, there were certain steps. So if anyone's familiar with systematic review process or has seen kind of the different ways that these have been around in education literature and research, we specifically use something called the EPI software, which is actually based here in IOE. And here's, again, I'm generally summarizing how we went about it. So our kind of boundaries, again, from how we included and which articles were included. So we looked only in one database. So the articles included were only those published in Web of Science. They were only from 1990 until 2020 and June 2020. So when we show the numbers, you'll see that 2020 has some lower numbers, but that was because we ended in the middle of the year and also the pandemic happened. So there were a couple of kind of not skewing the numbers, but there's a change there. So an important clarification again for the scope of the systematic review is that we weren't aiming to cover every single form of interaction between universities and climate change. Universities, for example, contribute to the crisis through emissions and their involvement in industrial development. It doesn't cover every connection between higher education systems and the climate crisis. So we focused only on the explicit responses to climate change through peer-reviewed articles. And we did restrict it by language. So it was only evidence and only articles published in English. So again, there are a lot of ways to talk about and a lot of debates and a lot of potential kind of issues in terms of only including it from a certain database, only including English. I mean, I think a lot of us can kind of recognize then a dominance of most likely global north, Anglophone countries, etc. And I'll talk about that a little bit again to see kind of where the articles were coming from. But again, the purpose of the review was to interrogate kind of seeing what the literature is saying broadly. Again, we're not saying that this is every single thing, but we're hoping that it really contributes a new kind of systematic review of literature on this particular topic. Sorry, I wish you could see can I move this? Wish you could see the heading. I didn't realize it would get cut off. So what ended up happening again through this process was a very kind of iterative thematic analysis, and through again a very kind of in-depth synthesis, reading and rereading and screening on many different levels of the different articles. So this table, again, I'm summarizing here just because of time and everything, but happy to answer any questions afterwards. The table highlights the dominant themes. So the articles, again, were generally grouped into the themes that you see here. So in the case where the dominant theme of an article, for example, might cover both issues of, education more broadly, but also linked to campus operations, for example, there was discussions amongst the authorial team about which one was the dominant. So there was kind of that process again of seeing, but of course there were overlaps in many of the articles. But for the purpose of our analysis, we really kind of focused and decided and determined these final themes. And there are also sub-themes, which you'll see in the next slide. But for example, one article was kind of integrating issues of curriculum and issues of pedagogy, and those were then kind of grouped into education. But as you'll see, the next one, these were kind of then the sub-themes that we have from those dominant ones. So, I mean, I guess it's important here to point out the interconnections. Again, it's not that we're saying that these articles only fit within one, but the way that then these were kind of grouped under those dominant themes was how we then synthesized them throughout the report. So you'll see, sorry, I don't have you'll see the numbers here as well. It's interesting because you'll see that the smallest number, for example, is under the dominant theme of knowledge production. And that's concerned with kind of knowledge generation and innovation more broadly. So we didn't, again, this is all about how we determine the search, the keywords and everything. So we didn't search for research specifically. All of it, again, very kind of complex decisions behind the groupings. But it's important to note that we're not suggesting that universities aren't talking about knowledge production, and they're not talking so much about public debate, but rather this is how, again, the kind of dominant themes of those articles came about. So those were then the sub themes. I can't even see my title here. It says conceptualizing evidence is what it says. So this is the stage where we were really looking at evidence, and it was in mapping of evidence that we were looking after that first draft of the synthesis. So we kind of came together to discuss how we could explore the types of evidence of effective university responses. So what would that look like? What would that even be? And we came up with these guiding questions. So it was really asking from the literature, what types of change are discussed? Where and in whom are these changes located? And how are they being measured? And so going from there, we conceptualize it in the following way, by what we are calling kind of stages and a process. And I'll explain them as I go. So stage one is largely looking at is grouping articles under those articles which surveyed the field. So they, for example, identified a university response to the climate crisis, maybe in a curriculum intervention, specific one, or maybe in a specific institutional policy. But they did not, in that article, provide evidence of the relationship or impact of this response. So again, they tended to draw from maybe document analysis. They tended to be qualitative. Maybe there were several interviews, but some of those qualitative ones had very low numbers of interviews. So they talked about, again, surveying the field and identifying responses, but they didn't provide evidence to support those assumptions. It was more kind of a discussion again. So then the stage two was looking at a pathway to impact. So it was arguing for or theorizing the effectiveness of a particular process. But again, it wouldn't go past that theorization or kind of looking at the effectiveness. It would only kind of, again, stop without evaluating those outcomes. And then what we identified as stage three were those that did empirically evaluate a pathway to impact. And I'm going to show you kind of how, again, we visualized it within the report. So we're not suggesting, again, we visualize as an arrow to signal a process, but we're not suggesting that this is kind of a hierarchy, that stage three articles were the ones that were the strongest in terms of evidence and stage one weren't. Again, these are all interconnected and all showing, again, what we're hoping to be a really interesting discussion and debate around evidence of change. So I'm going to sorry, I don't have very much time. So I'm going to specifically then talk about what we ended up calling, and I'm sorry you can't see it. This is what we ended up kind of determining as what we're calling the typology of change, measuring that impact of the university responses. So from that, the total number of articles we looked at, then we then arrived at these 6 categories. So you'll see they're largely again grouped around epistemic, attitudinal, behavioral, systemic, infrastructural, and emissions. And I'll talk a little bit about these. By epistemic, obviously, it was addressing and deepening kind of knowledge and understanding of the crisis. So these were articles that specifically talked about those kind of increasing awareness around competencies, around skills. The attitudinal obviously was more directed towards individual or collective beliefs and attitudes, perhaps connections to the climate crisis, perceived confidence to take action. Again, I don't have time to go into specific examples from the articles, but if you, and I invite you, I hope you read the systematic review. All of these will be synthesized with these particular examples of how each of these are talked about and discussed in the article. So systemic is a category of change located within institutions, for example. So looking at policies, laws, also teaching and learning strategies and systems. Infrastructural kind of speaks for itself. Again, that's around physical changes, whether it's, lowering emissions on the built infrastructure on the campus. And then emissions, it's associated with mitigation, but also kind of cost savings. So again, a lot of these articles, sometimes overlapping, but these were the kind of key categories. And again, it looks kind of daunting here, but this is broadly the spread. So in terms of how many were under each one. And you'll notice that obviously that kind of epistemic change cut across all of those key themes, as did attitudinal in many cases. And again, we can hopefully be able to draw from all of this some implications for literature. Obviously, some kind of forms of change were better documented than others. I think discussions around quality certainly came up around the team, but generally speaking, it's what we're hoping that this kind of provides then is a map around the evidence that is out there and ways, again, to kind of think about it, contribute to the debate, and hopefully arrive at a place where we know what's out there in terms of what universities are doing to address the climate crisis. And yeah, I think it's going to be a process of taking kind of these findings, continuing to think about it, continuing the debate.
1 minute.
Yeah, this is the last slide. Kind of this, as the saying goes, it's absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So what we're hoping again is this is contributing, working towards generating a new research agenda. Really, I think our typology of change and the way that we're kind of going about categorizing and then talking about that process. So there's also the stage 1, 2, and 3 and demonstrating change. Hopefully we'll be able to really kind of clarify what we mean about that kind of evidence of impact. We pose these questions, not because we have, concrete, specific, absolute, final answers, but because we're, again, hoping to contribute to the wider conversation. So I think that's it. Thank you very much. Sorry, I feel like I rushed through that. There's a lot to cover, and then it's like timing.
We're going to take questions following Lorena's presentation. If we can do a very short round of questions, we wanted to do 10 minutes. We may have to keep it slightly shorter. So I'll open the room here. And I think Lorena said some interesting things. I mentioned that COP has raised so many issues and yet in such vague ways. And you then problematize sustainability and the ambiguity around that concept. So I think that's quite fascinating, and I'm sure the floor has a number of things to say about that. So I'll do a round of 3 questions in the room, and that said, after that, I'll follow with a round of 3 online. I'll start back there because your hand was first, and then I'll come to the front, and then.
Thanks for a wonderful presentation, really fascinating work. I just wondered if you could elaborate a bit on, within the education domain, about the behavioural change studies. I'm particularly interested.
Yeah, there are 152 articles, so I'm kind of trying to go through my head, but the behavioral ones, they were interesting. So they ranged anything from kind of surveys that were looking at student attitudes, which Kate's going to talk about next, looking at student attitudes around, for example, there was an article that looked specifically at a campaign of energy reduction in student dormitories. And so there it was kind of a pre and post. After the campaign, they had a control group that was exposed to like a little course, had the campaign, and they said, wow, they all lowered their energy use. And I mean, there was data to support that. But it was interesting because I think there are not very many studies that might report on negative behavioral change or maybe kind of a lack of change. Because I guess, you know, it all really depends. But so again, when we're questioning and thinking about evidence, I think it's really important to take it into context and see exactly how they were talking about behaviors specifically related to climate change. Some of them were very specific, for example, just on attitudes towards composting or something very specific. And some of them were like very much more social, tied into kind of social aspects. So yeah, sorry, we don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I was just wondering what at the end of the slides you highlighted the term stages of impact. I was just wondering whether you would be able to explain a little bit more about the stages.
Which slide? Just the last one? Yeah, so the stages of impact, again, these are related both to how we're kind of talking about, well, it's, I guess, could be referring both to the stages that I was talking about, the kind of 1, 2, 3, and the extent of change. But this is then linking also to kind of the theoretical framework from those first papers. Again, if you go to our website, the first working paper was authored by Tristan that talks about stages of impact, including those 3D. Do you want to say anything about those?
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, it's the idea that we can try and understand the impact of universities through bridging actors who are people who come into direct contact with universities, most obviously graduates who then go out into society, but other communities and actors who have direct contact. And then a broader impact on society and ideas, technologies, and so forth. And then the ecosphere. But not necessarily all the impacts go through those stages. You might skip them. So some impacts are directly on the ecosphere, some impacts are already quite broad in society, but to try and understand those different stages and their interactions.
Thank you.
Thanks. I might miss again, it's really interesting, fascinating. And thanks for that. Just know how much work our systems hands on. I wanted I might have missed it, or we might have gone quickly over this, but the number of studies that provided actual evidence.
Yes.
How many studies are there of that?
So yes, I'm sorry, I did jump over this because it's a complicated table. But so it was 78 total.
Okay, that's quite a high
Stage. Yes, it's over 50.
Then of those, and I don't know if you can answer that, how many are showing evidence of change that goes is much more on the kind of technical side? And how much is picking up the social inclusion and the so seeing climate change as linked.
So these again were those around change, and so again I think the operations was very mostly kind of technical. It was very emissions, but again talking about all of these things around emissions. So community engagement also had some emissions. So probably I would say these. So it's not very many that went into very technical. What happened a lot was schools and institutions and education and curriculum. That was by far the largest one that was talking about change. It's very interesting, but again, I think when we have the boundary of when we're talking about universities, higher education, there were obviously going to be some around very technical things and infrastructure, but largely the dominant among those were around kind of curriculum and pedagogy.
Yeah, sorry, I think it was where they understand the problem as just picking up.
Oh, I see.
Or where they understand the problem as
That's a great question, and I think I would have to kind of go back and really try to see if there could even be a concrete answer about that, because I would say that maybe a lot of these articles were discussing the links, you know, how it's not all neutral, how it's linked to both our understandings of climate change as happening in very kind of biological and in the ecosystem, but also in the changes that happen socially. But they wouldn't say that explicitly. They wouldn't be so overt about it. Those links were kind of maybe discussed, but not very explicitly within the articles. That's kind of what I can say more generally without remembering a specific one. But I think there's something to be said. Yeah, there's something to be said about that, because a lot of what comes up in the kind of climate you work are these very technicist understandings kind of climate change as only an issue in terms of it's going to get hotter, but not on the social implications. So that's a really important link, and thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you
Do we
so
have
much.
any online?
We had one very difficult question for you. I see some more have come up. One of the questions is, what can be considered as an impact? And I want to say that after Kane's presentation, we will have another question and answer session, and one that will involve everyone. So I think that is a question that needs to be addressed after reflecting on both of the bits of data.
Great.
Just go back to the Q&A. Yeah, and the other one that we should hold in our head is there any instrument that can be used to help measure the impact? So these are two very heavy conceptual questions. Kane, think about the ways in which you can help Lorena answer those.
I'm just going to open Kane's.
Yeah. So when we begin Kane's round, I'm going to start with the online platform, okay, just to ensure that there's balance in the room. And then, you know, try to integrate the conversation again so that we are all talking to one another.
Can we just ask the online people if they are able to hear everything well, even when Tristan moved over to the other side, for example? Just in the chat, just say if there are any issues. It's all fine, isn't it? Okay.
I'm just going to share screen.
Just that last comment. It's fine for streaming. Okay, good.
Great.
Okay, so this is a part of the project which has been going from the beginning. We wanted to conduct a survey across all of the 4 main countries in which we were conducting this work. Of course, since then, other countries have been added in which we haven't done the survey, but the survey was done in Mozambique, Brazil, Kenya, and Fiji. And it's really attempting to look at students' perspectives on what their universities are doing and what their universities ought to be doing, as well as wider attitudes and beliefs that students have about climate change and education in relation to climate change. So we've looked at students' attitudes broadly, not specifically on climate change, but broadly about their level of concern for the environment in general, because we want to have that as background to understand what they think about climate change and what their university is doing. We also looked at the perspectives that they have in relation to personal responsibility, to the university's responsibility, to what the university is doing and to what the university ought to be doing. So the purpose of it is to provide background evidence for the rest of the work that was going on in the project. And one difficulty that we do have with this is that it is a large-scale cross-sectional survey of 4 very different countries, which doesn't provide us, necessarily automatically full explanations of all the differences of how people have responded to these questions. So some of it is rather a litmus test that we then will have to make more effort to understand exactly how the responses have been generated, what social phenomena they represent in each of the countries. And that's something we need to do in partnership with the countries, but also drawing on the evidence that's coming out of some of the other aspects of the work, so including the participatory action research. And so then the broader aim across all the countries is to generate insights into how to maximize or how to improve the impact that universities are having or the activities that universities are conducting in relation to climate change and climate change education and climate justice, of course. So there is a list of the universities that we have sampled, and that's a purposive sampling list, with the exception of Fiji, where we've got much wider coverage because it is a much smaller country. In the other countries, it's a selection of universities who happen to be participating in the project. So we're not claiming any national level representativeness there. In terms of response rates, the response rates were better in Kenya and worse in Mozambique for all sorts of reasons. So we haven't got 25% of the sample in each of the 4 countries. That's important to remember. In fact, in Mozambique, the sample is much smaller. So we've got less kind of robust evidence for Mozambique than for the other countries. And in terms of the disciplines, again, it was purposive in a sense. We didn't intend to sample randomly across every discipline in the university. These decisions were made locally. But as it happens, we've got a large number of students from education in most of the countries. We've got a good representation from science courses, from social science and business courses. We've classified them here according to a UNESCO classification, which is not perfect because, of course, courses are designed and named in different ways in different countries. But the intention here is that we're trying to put similar courses from different countries into similar bars on this graph. So you can see that there's a very large group of students in education from Kenya, from science in Brazil here. And so it's not directly comparable. And of course, in different countries, there is greater propensity to study science or law anyway. So we wouldn't expect that to be directly comparable. Now, in terms of the actual measurement constructs, the things that we're really interested in understanding, we're interested in understanding where students get their sources of information about climate change and climate action. So that's one of our early sets of questions. To contextualize that, we're interested in their general level of environmental concern. And that's really quite tricky. Many of these constructs, we realized, of course, as you often do in social science, that it's much more difficult to actually construct a reliable and valid measurement than you first think it will be. So, environmental concern isn't exactly the same thing in every context, and it's constructed in different ways culturally in different contexts. And I'll give some examples of the sorts of questions at the end which might, as it were, reflect environmental concern in Kenya, but not in Brazil, or equally in the UK versus Australia. People might think about these things in different ways for quite valid reasons. Then we're interested in asking students about the level of willingness that they have to act in relation to climate change or climate justice. So that specifically, we're talking about their willingness to participate in events which might take place or activities that might take place at the university, but also in their general willingness and commitment to do something about climate change from their own perspective. Then, of course, perhaps the most central question, what the university should be doing and what the university is doing, levels of personal responsibility. And these things we realize, are probably quite interconnected. So a student's estimation of their own level of personal responsibility in relation to climate change is quite strongly linked to their environmental concern. If you're not concerned about the environment, you probably don't feel much personal responsibility to do anything. And equally, your personal responsibility is going to be a strong driver of your willingness to act or participate. But again, these things will be mediated by the opportunities that you have. So if the university is presenting lots of opportunities for action, that combines with personal responsibility and environmental concern, you're more likely to get activity going on. And it's perfectly possible that you have a situation in which people feel a high level of personal responsibility, but there are very few opportunities to join activities. So, you know, that's what we're trying to understand. And in a cross section, it is a little bit tricky, but we've done a reasonable job. So then finally, what are people's views, students' views on the causes, impacts and challenges of climate change? This is also quite difficult because they're construed in different ways. But the impacts of climate change in Fiji are very different to the impacts of climate change in Brazil. What people feel that they can do about it is also very different. And we are asking common questions for comparability. So there are some limitations there. But again, equally, the construction of causes, the construction of the challenges of climate change is different in different contexts. One of the things that we're not assessing at all, importantly, is knowledge of climate change. So we don't perform any kind of test of students to understand what they know about climate change. That would just be beyond the scope of the study because it would be extremely time consuming. So we don't know what they know about climate change. What we do collect, in addition to these measurement constructs, is information on students' home assets. So what is their level of home wealth, their courses of study, and their socio-demographic background. Okay, so I think in some ways the simplest things that I can talk about are where there is consistency or inconsistency across the country. So I'll start with that. For example, in relation to sources of information about climate change, there's a very high level of consistency. So in all 4 countries, students said that they got their information about climate change mostly from the media and social media. So the internet, social media, TV, newspapers, radios, that came up as the top way, those 2 came up as the top way of learning about climate change ahead of the university, which is perhaps not very surprising in the 21st century, but the university comes 3rd or 4th in all of the countries as a source of information about climate change. Of course, in some cases, the university is using the internet and social media, so there's a bit of crossover there. Other sources, you know, community, clubs, associations, religious institutions come quite low on this. Again, not very surprising by comparison with social media and the internet. So then we've asked about what students think are the causes, the likely impacts and the challenges of climate change and climate action. And there's a reasonable degree of consistency here, but less so, a little bit less so. And we see that in Brazil, there is a greater propensity, and in Fiji, but especially in Brazil, a greater propensity to think that climate change is the result of human activity, with Kenya being the lowest on that. And I think all of these things have to be thought about carefully, because what does that mean? I think we know that when students think that climate change is caused by human activity, they're more likely to be concerned about it. And they're also more likely to think that there needs to be action. But of course, you know, why they think that climate change is caused by human activity is linked to other things, which seems potentially to be to do with partly the political climate or the social climate in a particular country as well. That you know, you'll see in a moment that in Brazil, if people are worried about it and they see that the problem is partly political, I think that's linked to the idea that it is caused by human inactivity as well, right? Because if you believe in your country that the government isn't doing anything about climate change, then human inactivity may be contributing to climate change. Okay, so then we asked, how bad do you think that the impact of climate change will be? And not surprising that I already indicated that in Brazil, people think that the impact will be much worse than in the other 3 countries. So here, a lower number represents a greater likely impact, so that they think that the impact will be bad in Brazil. And in Kenya, I mean, it's a strange way to phrase the question. We took this from another survey, but the idea that the impact will be good, or at least not as bad, is highest in Kenya. And it's not, of course, impossible that climate change could lead to some positive transformations if people responded to it in a particular way. And there's certainly greater optimism about that in Kenya than there is in Brazil. Okay, so challenges to communicating and learning about climate change. We asked students what they thought were the obstacles to communication and learning about climate change, and the popular answers here tended to be that it was political, controversial, or too scientific or too abstract. But in Brazil, again, significantly, a large proportion, the greatest proportion of students said that an obstacle to learning about climate change was that the issue was too political. Now, here's an area of very strong consensus. So when we ask students in every university what they thought universities should be doing, they said pretty much the same things. So the 4 options that we gave them was that education should be a determining factor in combating climate change. Students should get involved in activities related to climate change. Universities should have community education initiatives that encourage action, and universities should be trusted spaces for discussions on climate change. Now, you could say that these are all statements that are very easy to agree with, but nonetheless, there was a very consistent pattern across all the universities that students just thought that universities ought to be doing all these things. And then we contrasted that with questions about what the university actually is doing. And so, again, it's just a judgment that students were asked to make about whether they thought they were learning enough or would like to learn more about climate change, whether they were satisfied or dissatisfied. And almost all the students fall in the category where they are learning something or not learning very much, but they would like to learn more. So in particular, there's no more than 20% of students in any university who felt that they were satisfied with what they were learning about climate change. So that again is a consistent finding that in every country, in every university, students were not overall satisfied with what their university was teaching them about climate change. Now, we asked about personal responsibility, as I mentioned before. To what extent do you feel a personal responsibility to act on climate change? Not much difference between the countries, but interestingly here, Brazil is the lowest. So as I said it before, Brazil is the country where people are the most concerned, but the least likely to feel personal responsibility. But again, that may be to do with the fact that they don't feel that their action would contribute. Okay, so then we asked them to distinguish different types of efficacy in relation to action on climate change. Personal, to what extent does your effort matter? Collective, to what extent, if people act together, could that make a difference? And then thirdly, government action. How likely is government action to improve the situation with regard to climate change? Similar pattern again. The Brazil group was much less likely to think that government action would be effective. And the results in Fiji and Kenya generally suggested greater belief that personal and collective efficacy, as well as government action, would be successful. When we asked about willingness to participate in climate change, there was a strong consensus across all the countries, except a little bit less in Brazil. And in one university, well, maybe 2 universities in particular in Brazil, willingness to participate in climate change activity was lower.
Your minute is almost up.
Right. So I think I won't take much time on the environmental concern scale, but this is a more sophisticated part of the survey in a way. We asked 24 questions about environmental concern, and then we tried to estimate, based on those 24 questions, the individual levels of environmental concern, with some questions being much more difficult to say yes to than others. So almost everybody agrees that it makes me sad to see forests clear, for example. But on the question of families should be encouraged to have 2 children or less, there's much more controversy. So that's a much more difficult question to say yes to. Or modern science will not solve our environmental problems. Again, it requires more thinking about, but it's also potentially a stronger indicator of where someone really lies in environmental concern. When we compared across the countries, again, interestingly, Brazil has by far the highest level of environmental concern, regardless of home assets. So whether you're rich or poor in Brazil, you're still more concerned about the environment based on the kinds of questions that we asked, with Kenya and Fiji being somewhat less so. And then, you know, putting all this together, it's quite difficult to do that on the basis of a common scale, because when we look at the individual questions, we can see that some of them get very different responses in different countries. You can't see the headline here, but it says plants and animals are mainly for the use of human beings, right? So conservation of plants and animals is for the interests of human beings. Question that quite a lot of people agree with in Kenya, but almost no one does in Brazil. But that, I suspect, just reflects how closely people live with plants and animals, how likely they are to be involved in agriculture, differences in lifestyle. Brazil is a highly urbanized country. People are more distant potentially from plants and animals. Does that mean that they are more or less concerned about the environment? Is a tricky question. So finally, I'll just end, Melissa, on the contradictions and trade-offs that are coming out of this kind of work. So we can see that there are these kinds of dimensional relationships between environmental concern and willingness to act, concern about the environment. Students who estimated the impact of climate change to be greatest did have stronger environmental concern and more desire to learn about climate change, but were not necessarily willing to act. And they were not necessarily estimating their university as being a particular driver of change. So sometimes I wonder whether or not it's that worry that nothing is happening that drives people's fear that climate change is going to impact them more. So in Fiji, for example, where people felt more generally that something was being done and that their university was teaching them something about climate change, they were less concerned that the impact was going to be negative. So then the lowest estimation of personal responsibility and probability of impact of collective and government action was found in Brazil, also alongside the lowest willingness to act. So maybe there's a relationship there too. If you don't think your government is acting or your university is acting, why should you act, right? So there may be some kinds of virtuous circles or vicious circles here. And I'll leave it there because we're not going to draw out the implications for universities right now, but I think it's something we'd like to discuss further. Should we take questions?
Thank you so much, Kane. And I'm really glad that your presentation touched on measurement because then I can take you directly back to some of the questions in the chat, which were what can be considered as an impact? And it's interesting because you were talking about the extent to which students either engage or don't. And then the other question from Louise again was, is there any instrument that can be used to help measure the impact of universities, or is it very hard once universities work with learning, research, and outreach? How can we measure impact? So.
I mean, I guess that's a slightly tangential question because we're here not measuring impact, as it were. I mean, measuring impact is extremely difficult because you need to have some kind of counterfactual, the idea of what would have happened if this project didn't happen, which is a parallel universe. So I wouldn't worry too much about measuring impact directly of the whole university, but you can measure it in relation to any individual intervention that a university might be doing. And I think it's worth doing then. And you can measure it in subjective ways. You can ask people what they think the impact of a program or a project is. That's probably as far as you're going to get, because measuring real impact on the environment would involve a very complex tracing of behavior into action and then ultimately into effects that would really be very, very difficult indeed to measure. I mean, we don't know in the UK, for example, exactly what the impact of individual policies are on the environment, although we do know, for example, what proportionate reduction there has been in greenhouse gases or whatever. We don't know where that's come from. So I think don't go too far down that road. I think indications of impact from subjective measures is probably the best you're going to get.
Nice. Thank you, Kate. I think that is all for now from the online platform, and we would like more from you. But in the meantime, we can take some questions from the floor. And I want to say this discussion can link both conversations. The plan was to first have questions for Lorena, then for Kane, but because of the way time is working out, I think we can have a general conversation. So there's one in the back over there. I'll start in the back and then come forward. So we have to use the microphone now so that the online people hear us.
Yeah. Yeah, my question is, I would like to say thank you for both presentations. So my question is like, try to connect both the literature review about effective strategies or interventions in terms of climate change. But the literature review was focused mainly on the global, but at the same time on only English. And then you're showing like other languages have in other contexts. So I'm curious about what kind of challenges are you looking at the literature, and what kind of challenges are you looking with the countries from global south? So in my opinion, we have two main challenges, as Tristan said. Like one is the mitigation, and the other big picture is the adaptation. So I'm from Chile, and for us, like basically adaptation, because we're not struggling with the other issues. So I would like to see what is the kind of connection between this global literature with the real context and the real challenges from the global side.
Do you want, yeah,
Around, yes,
okay.
Are we taking questions and then answering, or are we answering as we go?
around, I think,
Take two or three, is that what we get?
yes.
So I have two questions. One is about literature review. And so what was the focus of the actors involved? So for example, do you see more emphasis on the all students or also the people who is involved in the education of people at the university? And the other one is for you, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
It's about, I think you have a slide that you didn't show last time. That was about the disciplines and the difference across the disciplines. So I would like to know a little bit about that. How were the attitudes of students? For example, the people into science, because it's a science, and how was that relation to that used to act.
Shall I ask the disciplines one first, because that's easy. So when we did regression analysis, the results show that students who are studying science, agriculture, or health and welfare type disciplines are more concerned about the environment. And actually the control group, if you like, the reference category with the lowest levels of average concern was education, which is a bit depressing for us.
And I guess I'll say with the systematic review, I guess the proportion of who was involved, who exactly was involved, I think also goes back to the question of what these articles were like. They were very different. I didn't have time, but there were slides. There's a slide, and it'll be featured in the systematic review of the breakdown of the different types of journals. Some of them were more social science, a lot of them were not. So then it would kind of talk about, a type of intervention, or the energy saving campaign, talking about students, but not necessarily again saying that the whole campaign was designed by who. Again, it was about kind of being specific, and sometimes it wasn't so obvious in the different articles. I would say though that because many of them, so many of them were really looking at kind of curriculum pedagogy, it was very much the kind of seemed like key actors were students and teachers as well, professors. And so, but that's a really interesting question, and I think we should kind of question who is being foregrounded and who isn't, because it might be that there are those kind of invisible people as well and actors as well in these networks. And I'll go back to yours. Sorry, you might have to refresh my memory about. This is also something that I unfortunately didn't cover necessarily. Just kind of the spread, the geographic spread. You can correct me if I'm not answering your question, but yes, I mean, I think again there are limitations to only looking at articles in English. That said, there was quite a range of kind of geographic, but again, that speaks to, I guess, wider practices in academia of publishing in English, gaining wider readership, etc., which has a whole other kind of power dimension problems. But at least there was representation, although maybe not very enough, from different kind of global, so-called global south regions. But I think that's again something that we need to look at closer. But you had something else in that question.
No, basically my question is regarding the word effective
Effective.
for whom.
Yeah.
where,
in the chat.
And then the second part of the presentation is like with other context, basically.
Yes.
So what is the connection?
Do you mind if we
between
do
the
that?
literature review and the second part?
Yeah, I think that's ongoing. I mean, I think this is an interesting part of kind of these stages of the systematic review being done by itself, the survey being done by itself. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not disconnected. Everything's connected. So I think that'll be our next level, is seeing the relationships and how the survey speaks to the systematic review and how that speaks to the qualitative and the participatory action, the other elements of the research. But yeah, I don't know if anyone has any other questions.
And they've all got their own limitations. And, just to go back to that earlier question about, disciplines. So when you control for certain other aspects like home assets and location and so on, the bigger difference between, let's say, science and education shrinks, which tends to suggest that science students studying science, for example, are more advantaged. So, it's harder to get into science courses typically. Students tend to have more wealthy backgrounds. And so some of that is also driving the differences in attitudes. So in the end, probably if you could control for enough factors, that difference would shrink quite a lot. Students in education are a different bunch, and we're not able to control for all of that. That question's come up in the chat as well. So I think someone's asked, religious, social class, income. We don't measure all of those things, but there are big differences between students, certainly on income and on gender, which I didn't mention. So in all countries, and when you put all the countries together, there's a significant difference between men and women on environmental concern. Women are just more concerned in all the countries.
Just a quick comment on the question about, the disjuncture between the literature and practice, and also linking it back to the earlier question on measurement. I mean, there is there's an issue around whose voices are heard, but there's also an issue around, what people are talking about. And I think that this links to the measurement question. There are some things that are not easy, but are straightforward to measure. Greenhouse gas emissions are the most straightforward. So you get quite a lot of studies that are around scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions from universities. And then you get descriptive studies around teaching learning people's courses and some community engagement projects. Bit harder then to measure the impacts, but that's what absolutely dominates the literature. But there's so much else that universities are doing that people aren't publishing in because they are harder to show, it's much harder to show impact, they're more diffuse. There's so much of practice that isn't captured. So I think it is a real challenge.
Thanks, Tristan.
I've seen those questions, and I'll get back to Dorothy. I think it's really great questions. I just know we're short on time, but thank you everyone for your questions.
We can do one more response, either from you or from Kane, depending on which question you want to take. So there's one about the findings as presented, which are important and interesting, looking at the subject distribution of responses. The question asks if the topic of climate change reflects the Anglophone-centered internationalization of higher ed. I think that's a really nice.
Is that one for Tristan, Rick?
The typology of change, I don't think they mean the stages. I think they mean the surveying the field typology there. Is that right?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, we're looking at this one.
Yeah.
The Anglophone-centered internationalization. I think that's an interesting question, but I don't have the answer. I'm just wondering if, have you thought about that?
I mean, yeah, the extent to which I guess we when we talk about it, it's in methodology and kind of, again, the limitations around the Anglophone centered, but I don't know, Tristan.
Could you read out the question? Is that right? So
yeah, so sorry, that's why I got confused because I was reading the Q&A ones and not the one in the chat. Aside from the findings as presented, it's very interesting looking at the subject distributions of responses to ask if the topic of climate change maybe unintentionally reflects the Anglophone-centered internationalization of higher education, emphasis on the content-related and ethical aims of internationalization rather than recruitment and marketing related.
I think we need to, could we ask if the person can
reframe the
yeah,
question?
because I mean, I think that's a really interesting question. And I think, I mean, I'm not sure if that's referring to the systematic review or the survey, where I don't think in either of those we pick up the topic of internationalization. But it is a really interesting question. I mean, internationalization is a field of practice and research that's discovered sustainability in the last few years, of course, with a massive guilty conscience because of the huge amounts of carbon emissions from student flying, but also with a lot to contribute, because if you think about the intercultural learning aspect of internationalization, it's really important. But I think the question also about the marketing one is another complex one, because in marketized systems, universities have started to use sustainability and climate action as a marketing tool, as a way of attracting students, as companies do. Because, if you put some vague, sustainability comments on your product, there's a proportion of the population which will now buy it. And that's true also of universities. So how much we want to use that as a strategy, dancing with the devil is a difficult question, maybe one that we might like to come back to.
All right. Thanks, Tristan. So I'll let you, Lorena, hang on to that final question that you saw in the Q&A. Thank you both, Ken and Lorena, for those fantastic presentations. So we're about 2 or 3 minutes into our tea break. Tea is at the back, so do get up and stretch. We will do tea until 11:30, and then we'll reconvene and pick up the next session. So I hope you found that interesting. Turn off.
Hello, London, do you hear us?
Hello. So Kenya's there, Tanzania. How did,
Oh, Kenyatta, brilliant.
okay. Can we ask Tanzania to say something? Oh my God. I'm so happy. I'm gonna cry.
It's okay, do it.
Okay.
Tanzania is saying Jambo.
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to say hello. Nice to see you. I hope you can hear us, see us.
We see
Is the
you.
audio- we maybe just turn this on for the audio.
Turn what on?
The screen's gone off.
Oh, I've just
Yeah,
muted it.
I think the audio comes on when you.
We can see you. Can you hear
You
us?
see us? Yes, we hear you.
I think so, yeah.
We can't hear them, even though their mics are on. Like, am I?
So our attendees should be able to hear us.
We hear you.
That's Jeremy's. I can see you
Yep.
speaking.
Oh, they can see the back of my head.
Maybe they're muted. Maybe they're still doing their stuff. Maybe I should turn myself off.
Hello, London. You hear us?
Almas. Almas, can you hear me?
I do hear you.
Thank you. So it's the London team that have some technical issues.
Yes, they have to ask the new king what happened.
Because that's the key thing. The problem is it's not coming out. Yeah.
We're speaking now.
It's not.
No, it's also not coming out. Yeah.
Is your microphone open?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Almas, are you still there? Almas?
So, Alexis,
Almas.
We've adopted, and then we'll move on to the two different countries, and they will give us examples of the activities they've carried out. So we will do 10 minutes per country. After that, we will then have a discussion, and we'd like people to ask questions not to the audience that they are in. So you have to, if you're here, ask to Kenya or Tanzania. If you're in Kenya or Tanzania, you have to ask to another country, okay? So if you raise your hand and you say, hey, UCL, I'm gonna say no. Please. Okay. Alex, go ahead.
Great.
10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to explain a little bit how we approach participatory action research in the project. I would like to kick off by saying that we were, let's say, motivated, or we were driven by the motivation of using participatory action research. And I don't think necessarily we were trying to implement participatory action research as such in all of the contexts that we've been working with. The idea was to utilize participatory action research as a way to instigate conversations in a process through which communities could engage, through which universities could engage in a particular set of activities to carry out climate actions. So I would explain a little bit what was that we were, some of the key elements that we were bringing to the forefront with our colleagues in the different universities that characterized what we did together. First, the participatory element of it, we were working with our university partners for them to set up a kind of multi-stakeholder groups, trying to involve community groups, students, lecturers, to meet periodically and to discuss about ways through which they could engage into climate action activities, and ways through which they could, from the university, advance university responses to address climate change. Secondly, there was an action element of it. We were encouraging those multi-stakeholder groups to prioritize a certain activity and to carry out a particular action, not only to reflect, to engage in collaboration, but to act. And thirdly, we were asking them to think of how research can be used to support this process. Some of them were, for example, using research as an instrument. So they went and did a particular research, a collaborative research with communities and different stakeholders to help them to respond to climate change. Some others decided to carry out an action and reflect about the process. So the research was the process of collective reflection about what was going on. So there was a slightly different ways through which those elements come together. Then there were three, let's say, key elements that we were encouraging the partners to keep taking into account when doing those activities. The one that was very crucial for us, and one that participatory action research brings to the forefront, is the need to engage with social injustices. And we were very much put into the forefront the need that your actions should be attempting to address certain set of injustices, so that we're connecting responses to climate change with aspects of epistemic injustices, with the aspect of the uneven distribution of resources, the unequal representation structures, or the lack of equal opportunity to participate in decision making, particularly related to issues of climate change. So we were asking them to bring those two together, and that's when we started articulating the concept of climate justice, which helped us to bring together those two elements. So when we're thinking about the uneven distribution of resources, we were particularly keen to encourage universities to think of actions of researches and collaborations that are looking at the uneven burdens that climate change is having on society's access to different resources, for example, and et cetera, et cetera. So we're trying to integrate components of social justice with components of climate justice. The third element that we encourage our colleagues to think about was the diverse, what we call entry points for changing universities or transforming universities. And we draw here from the working paper that Tristan did on the pathways for impact. And we looked at the entry point of campus operation. So the group could be focusing on trying to engage and to start this conversation around changing the way that the campus was operating, or through curriculum development, or through community engagement. So those different pathways were used as let's say triggers to get groups to think about what is our entry point for impact. Yeah? So where do we want to actually enter those conversations? So with that in mind, I would like to share with you some of the key findings so far, or key, let's say, initial reflections about the way through which, and the question for me is how can participatory action research become a vehicle to change the way within which universities respond to climate change, right? So we are here reflecting around how can participatory action research become a mechanism to change universities so that they can better respond to climate change. And I will share here some initial reflections that's coming up from our engagement with the university. The first one, which I think, I'm sorry you cannot see the title underneath, but the first one is that throughout all of the universities, participatory action research has been able to recognize and tap into the main agents of responding to climate change within the university landscape, which are students. Students, and that has been across all of the different universities, have been the actors with the biggest appetite and the biggest, let's say, willingness to act on issues of climate change. We can problematize why is that, and what has been. At the same time, students, as we heard from the survey, have been systematically feeling that they are not getting tools, instruments, or means through which they can actually act. There is a sense of overwhelmness or lack of actually being able to affect change, because many of the debates within the classrooms are being very much about the structural issues, about critical engagement of some of the topics whenever they're included. But there is a very strong, like let's say, missing link on actually translating that into real means to which they can act. This is a picture from Kenyatta University, from a demonstration that students that are involved in the Green Education Hub in Kenyatta University have engaged to highlight the issues of climate change within the university settings. And it's incredible that we were overwhelmed about the real diversity of clubs within Kenyatta University, really interested in acting on climate change. The second point that came up very clearly from throughout all of the different groups is that participatory action research has been enabling the development of methodologies of co-production and co-creation. So through participatory action research, what we've been seeing that groups have been able to put in practice a series of participatory mapping exercises, participatory photography exercises, participatory design. In this case was one example in Kenya, where we were being exposed of how, for example, small scale innovators have been thinking of new ways of using wood fires so that there is less consumption and that and also less emissions, a more healthy way. And this is a kind of a new new way, a way in which we could burn wood, but in a more sustainable way that is with the technology that's accessible, the product that is cheaper. And this has been enabled through a kind of co-creation process through which you have a university and small-scale innovators that have been trying to design new ways of meeting local needs and responding to it. And as there's so many other beautiful examples that universities have been doing, and precisely navigating that aspect of how do you create innovation with not only for, but with communities that have been often marginalized in the process of co-creation or in the process of developing responses to climate change, and have been the ones that most impacted by the effect of climate change. Those marginalized vulnerable groups are often excluded in the process. And then the third key element that we are learning is the participatory action research has been also being used to create new institutional arrangements or new institutional mechanisms within universities that is being able to institutionalize more, climate action within the university in particular ways. You know? So we've seen, for example, in the University of Passo Fundo in Brazil, how the colleagues there created a green office. That's actually, you know, it's a whole new entity within the university, and the objective there was to set up an entity that could be encouraging students and collaborations and engagements across the university on issues of climate change. And there is a board inside there that is involved the civil society group. So there is a steering group that is trying to then create this space between civil society and university to discuss together how can we activate climate change responses. And they have been using the Green Office then to distribute funds to a series of different micro-scale participatory action research initiatives that involves waste speakers collectives with students of graphic design developing new kind of campaigns to, for example, to get people to engage into this waste selection, but in ways that also support cooperative or waste speakers to be able to better engage into this waste selection. And so really incredible different macro scale projects that have been created, and also yeah. Oh, sure. Okay, sorry. So okay, the fourth one is that participatory action research has been a key trigger to facilitate the relationship between university actors and other actors outside the university that are crucial to respond to climate change. Here is an occupation it's of the Sem-Teto, the ruthless movement in São Paulo, that have occupied a piece of land next to a local school, a school that is part of a network of schools that have been put together by the University of São Paulo, and there is one of the key projects of the University of São Paulo has been to work with this local school to carry out a mapping exercise of the stream that is next to it, and the kind of the sustainability as how to retain that stream, how to make sure that that stream is open and clean, and in ways that engage with the local communities. So what they end up doing is to do a participatory mapping exercise with local schools, which involve an occupation, a housing occupation that is living next to the stream to find ways to integrate issues of climate. It's incredible, like beautiful intersecting issues that is coming there. And that was really increasing the capacity of local communities to affect change of municipalities, while at the same time facilitating collaboration between university and local schools. Anyway, there is so many interesting components here that we could unpack. Finally, this is my 1 minute, sorry to delay. The final point is that participatory action research has been really a driver to keep bringing those two elements together, the social justice element and the climate change, to address them in an integrated. Many universities, like the one even to find the University in Morocco, the emphasis of climate change has been often very technologically driven. This is a picture from one of the very kind of examples of solar panels that has been used to reduce the emissions through energy transition within the university. But there has been very little emphasis to engage with local communities, and here it's a territory very close to the university called CEID Aditya, that we were just there 2 weeks ago, going through a rapid process of desertification and local farmers struggling to retain their business. And here is the university saying, we are innovators technologically, how can we do something about issues of affecting the communities? And just to finish with one sentence from my colleague, Salomon Haji, is one of the key lecturers from the Brazilian universities. And one thing that he said, if universities do not engage on their climate change activities through participatory action research, their actions will just not be effective and sustainable. So I just like to finish that participatory action research from some of our partners it's not just a means to expand the activities of the university, it's actually a requirement, a key fundamental pillar to engage into climate change activities. Otherwise, it is just not going to work on the ground. So that's all from me.
Thank you. Struggling a little bit with tech issues, but we are going to try and see if we can hear anything from Team Tanzania. So, Almas, I'd like to hand over to you. If you can hear us, please say something and we will try and see if we can get anything from you.
Hello, Parisa, we do hear you.
Yeah, it's okay.
You press submit.
Yes.
Hello, Parisa.
Go ahead. Okay, great. Yeah, we can hear you, which is fantastic. So jump straight in and give us a sense of what you've been doing in Tanzania, please.
So, good afternoon in Nairobi. Good afternoon, London. Here in Dar es Salaam, since early morning, we had a discussion, a dialogue with members of the community and other stakeholders on the issues of climate change. Now we are ready to share some of our insights on participatory action research and community engagement, and that will be done by our colleague, the Tanzanian team, Dr. Miliana Mwita. As you will see in this room, there are different stakeholders to the tune of 70 who are listening and ready to share their insights with you. So now I hand over to Dr. Miliana Mwita, who is a member of a participatory action research for the climate change in Tanzania. Dr. Mwita, welcome.
Talk from the side, hear the feedback.
Hello, everyone. So nice to have all of you here and to get connected through the technology. Since morning, we had a very fruitful session, listening from the community and other stakeholders that have joined us today to discuss the issues of climate change. Okay. Yeah, so I would like just to share how we started engaging with the coastal communities that we have been working with on Climate U, but also on other research engagement. So our work started in 2020, where we scored some funds from the university for conducting research on climate change, trying to learn how the communities are perceiving, coastal communities are perceiving climate change, and whether there are any actions or efforts that they are making to adapt to climate change. And we learned a lot from them, that really they were feeling and they knew that climate change was taking place in their communities, and they could see, for example, the fish catch going down, temperatures rising, the sea level rising, a very serious variability of rain, and the seasons not being reliable anymore. So when we try to ask them what they are doing to try to cope with the situation, that is where we realized that this community was already doing a lot, more than what we expected. They had created two groups, one group working on mangrove and another one on restoration of coral reefs. And they started small after realizing that there are a lot of changes taking place in their community and in the environment. They started these two groups, and they started encouraging one another to join until they had two groups of 2020. And then they started collecting money in order to start doing something, planting mangrove, getting some mangrove seedlings and planting them in the coast. And then again, we had the coral reef group, which was trying also to collect money, and they were making bricks. And then they got someone who had, the knowledge on how to restore the coral reefs, got into the community and started to teach them how to restore the coral reefs through making these bricks and taking some pieces of live coral reefs from the sea and planting them. So the whole exercise, for example, when they go for planting, is 7 minutes. They have to get the corals from the water and then plug them in the bricks very fast, and then return them in the ocean like within 7 minutes. So we learned a lot. They had a lot of knowledge about the mangrove and about the coral reefs. That was a surprise to us. So we started joining them. We went to see, so kind of participant observation. We went to see what they were doing. We went to the sea together with them to see how they plant the mangrove and how they also plant the coral reefs. And then from there, we asked them, what can we do to help? Because you're already doing a lot. What kind of support do you need? So they told us they needed support to have like more bricks to continue planting the coral reefs, but they also wanted to plant more mangrove and to create and also to make a reserve of coral reefs, getting a site where they can reserve the existing coral reefs, mangrove, but also they wanted support also to start a beekeeping project within the mangrove. So then we discussed the options, and then we sat down, they did their action plan, we went through it together, and then we invited them in the university. We sat down together, we discussed the options we have, and then we wrote the proposal, and we got the opportunity from Climate U, and from there we have continued supporting their efforts, learning from them, exchanging, having meetings together with them, visiting their field sites and seeing the progress of what they do, and a lot of other things that are going on in the community, engaging other members of community in awareness creation to understand better about these challenges of climate change and how everyone can get engaged and try to bring the changes that they need in order to be able to cope with the changes that the climate have brought in their communities. So we have been working collaboratively with them, and we are having like 3 groups that we are working with. We have a group of those who are restoring mangrove. Then we have another group that is restoring coral reefs. And then we have another group in an island within that particular area, which is working with school kids, trying to create awareness about environmental problems and how those can be solved. And they are engaged in different campaigns. Those small children they are engaged in different campaigns of cleaning the beaches and also trying to create awareness among themselves about how they can care for their environment to lessen the impacts of climate change that they see in their community. In the long run, we want to see this happening. We are documenting everything, and then finally we want to help them as well to create a curriculum, because for example, the group which is dealing with coral reefs, they have learned, and they are also already trying to go out and help others in the nearby villages. So we want to help them create a curriculum which they can use to teach their fellow community members on how to conserve the environment, conserve the coral reefs, and also restore the mangrove. Thank you very much.
That is from Dar es Salaam for now. We will be ready to take up the question later, Paresa. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Almas very much for that. I just want to remind the audience that please, you need to pose questions to countries that are not your own. That said, we're going to move straight on to Kenya. We're very excited to hear about your work, so do take the floor. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Alessa?
Yes, Jacqueline, loud and clear. Good to see you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. From here in Nairobi, we're afternoon. I think the same time with Dar es Salaam. We have just had our lunch and we've had a long session from morning where we started with presentations, and also we had a panel just before lunch break. Here in Kenya, we have 3 universities participating in this, Kenyatta University, Kisii University, and Kenya Methodist University. We've been having these conversations under the project, the PRG, or Participatory Action Research Group process. And each of the 3 universities have come up with interventions. I will allow Dr. Mushiri, one of the researchers from Kenya Methodist University, to talk more about our project.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon here in Kenya and Tanzania, and I think the same in London and Germany, if you're hearing me. On behalf of the Kenyan teams, I want to briefly give us a view of what is happening. Give us a view of what we are doing aloud in Kenya. Like Dr. Nyerere has already indicated, we have 3 universities that have been working on this program. Kenyatta University, and Kisii University, and Kenya Methodist University. The 3 universities are located in different parts of Kenya. Kisii University is located in Kisii County on the western side of Kenya. And they are public university in a rural setting, and they are mainly engaged in they have been mainly engaged in activities that allow that are about to do with the curriculum review. They have introduced within their program a curriculum that is addressing climate issues, a common university curriculum course in environmental science, which is being taken by all the first year new students in the university. So they want to make sure that through that course, all the students can participate and can be prepared for the areas that they're going to go into the future. They also have a project within the community, a gas fire project, which is aimed at reducing or making efficient use of resources. It's a wood fire, and it has enhanced efficiency from about 60% to now about 90%. So there's much more a likelihood of a reduction in terms of energy utilization in that regard. And they are also participating in ensuring that the advocacy within the community in terms of for climate change issues is advanced at a level where everybody can be able to be aware and making own individual efforts to make sure that all are involved and engaged. The university is championing that, and like I've already indicated, they have sanctioned a course that will be undertaken by our students in that university. Kenyatta University, which is a university that is situated in the city, near the city of Nairobi, has engaged, and through its participatory action process, they have engaged with the county of Nairobi and the neighboring county of Kiambu, and they have addressed issues that would be more geared towards ensuring that the waste that they produce are properly managed. The university, like highlighted earlier, through a participatory action process, has developed and established a green education hub, which is housed in the School of Education and Lifelong Learning. This hub has brought together members of the university community, particularly the students, to be able to showcase their ways of handling issues of climate through art and other forms of engagement. In addition to that, the university, through the participatory action group, has domiciled the climate change module in their Growing Leaders program. The Growing Leaders program is a program that is offered to all our final year students in the university, in all programs, in all areas of discipline. And so as they undertake this program, the future leaders who are leaving the university are well equipped to be able to participate and advocate for issues of climate change. So it's an important module that has been introduced in that program. And in addition, today we are here in a conference, and we have had the discussions with many members of the community and advocates of climate change issues. And so the discussion continues, led by the team at the Kenyatta University. The Kenya Methodist University is situated on the eastern side of Kenya, near the mountain Kenya, which is bordering, it's at the borderline of the arid region. It's a private university. So the Kenya Methodist University is also involved in this program and has been involved. We have had discussions going about curriculum change, again, to make sure that all students are leaving the university are well equipped and prepared. We have developed 2 modules incorporated into common university courses. One of the common university courses is environment science, that is taken by all students aside from the students of the School of Medicine. And the School of Medicine has a program in environmental health, in which we also have introduced the module of climate change, so that every student, every person who graduates from the university is conversant and is continuously involved. Aside from that, the university is involved in programs with the schools that about within the university community. The aim is to ensure that even the young children who are learning and growing within the community can begin to appreciate the issues of climate change through the program of growing trees, specifically fruit trees, because we want to tell them that the issues of climate change are not just about present, but they are also about the future. In addition to that, the university is also engaged with the community on discussions on how we can reestablish indigenous knowledge as in a way that communities can know how to continue to conserve and utilize the resources that are within them in a more sustainable manner. The other item that the universities have done is being able to prepare and incorporate policy programs, more clarity in terms of how they manage their interactions with the communities and the institutions that allow them, so that this program is now making sure that the county governments that are within those where these institutions are involved and are jointly working together to ensure that issues of climate justice and climate change issues and sustainability are well addressed and incorporated. So in brief, that's what is happening about Kenya. And we are happy to be part of this discussion this afternoon. And I'm sure we can engage more through questions and answer when that time comes. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, everyone. Sorry, I'd forgotten to turn my video back on. Thank you so much for those fantastic presentations from you, Alex, from Kenyatta, as well as from Dar es Salaam. And I will start here in the room. Are there any questions from the floor, either to Dar es Salaam or Kenyatta? I'm going to take one question at a time per country and have the response to that question immediately, as opposed to taking around. And I think that's a good way to proceed. So starting here, a question, either to Tanzania or Kenya. And remember that our camera is on. Oh, we can see ourselves. Yes. Elaine at the back. Could we move our camera to see Elaine's face, maybe? No?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's a question to Kenya, but reflecting on the presentation from Tanzania.
Yeah.
Because what I got from the presentation from Tanzania was that the interventions, the coral reef and the mangrove planting, were engaged with building up the capacities of those communities to address poverty and support better livelihoods. But I didn't get that sense entirely from the Kenya presentations. And so I wondered if they could expand on the curriculum changes and the indigenous knowledge and the work with schools about whether there was a pro-poor elements as well in those initiatives.
All right. Thank you so much, Elaine, for your question. So if that was audible, we will take a response, please. Was Elaine's question audible?
Vanessa, is it possible to rephrase the question? We could hear bits of the question, but not all. What is the question?
Okay. Would you like to rephrase, Elaine, or should I?
Is the problem like the complexity
Oh.
of the question?
I'm not sure. Try again briefly.
To the Kenya team, it's just for an expansion of how the interventions you described, the curriculum change, the work with schools, and the work on the green hub and the waste management, to expand on whether there were particular pro-poor elements in it, aspects that were addressing the point Alex brought out, how you were looking at climate change as both a matter of environmental change, but also worsening living conditions. If you could just bring that up, because it was clear to me from the Tanzania example that they were working with communities to improve their livelihoods, but it wasn't so clear from the Kenya one.
Okay, I can attempt to answer that. In the Kenyan case, we have different interventions. We do not have one intervention. We have several interventions. Each of the 3 universities participating in this in Kenya have reviewed curriculum. Different courses for different universities. Kenyatta University reviewed a course on Growing Leaders Program. Kisii University developed a new course that's climate change management that's offered to all students. And in KEMU, the courses that were reviewed are climate science, environmental science course and environmental health science course. So besides that, the universities are also implementing other activities. Kenyatta University has established the Green Education Hub that is now consolidating the efforts of students to lead in in climate action through awareness creation, through co-creation of knowledge and dissemination, and also through research and other activities, including using the art. Kisi University is working with communities, implementing different projects with farmers, and also KEMU is implementing projects on indigenous knowledge and how the indigenous knowledge can be part of what is taught, and also forming part of the knowledge that students are exposed to. So I think because there are several projects, if I got your question right, yes, we have some projects with communities. We also have projects within the campuses themselves, including curriculum review, to include content on climate change.
All right, thank you so much, Jacqueline. Can you hold on to the microphone and open the floor to Kenyatta and have a question, perhaps directed this time towards Dar es Salaam? Or a question directed to Alex. Okay, I'm happy to give you more time to think if there's nothing from the floor at the moment. Is there anything in Dar es Salaam, either a question to Kenyatta or a question to UCL?
Yes, I would like to learn more about the Clean Education Hub. Possible to get some more explanation. What is it about? What are they doing?
Okay, yes, sure. So back to you again, Jacqueline.
Yeah, the Green Education Hub was launched in May this year. It's a few months old, but this is an outcome of the participatory action research process under the Transforming Universities for a Changing Climate project. What we discovered through the survey and also through the stakeholders engagement is that students have not been involved or have not been allowed enough platform to be able to participate in climate action. So this is bringing together students clubs, environmental clubs and others who are interested in matters climate change. And we have, or we work with ambassadors. Currently we have more than 200 signed up already to carry out activities related to climate change. So the activities are diverse, and part of what the students are interested in is to create awareness within the university community and outside. So we do have Green Education Days as part of the processes to be able to pass on knowledge and information. So these days are used to both educate the students community and the university community, but also to act as awareness, themed awareness processes. They have student walks like what Alex presented earlier, one of the Green Education Days, students walking on campus and to create that awareness. We do have simulation exercises where students are exposed to discussions and debates out there, debates among the students across disciplines, but also research. And we want to use the hub and work with students to create cases to highlight the climate change impacts and possible mitigation efforts in Kenya. So we are in the process of packaging that so that it's a research hub that gets to look at what's happening in Kenya in terms of impacts and the activities that are happening related to addressing climate change at university level and universities working with communities. But we also want to support the teaching and learning process through creating local case studies through that. But also the students, of course, they are good at creating awareness using different platforms, using art, at some point, perhaps you'd see around the room, we have some art drawings which have been done by the students themselves to communicate that knowledge, the social media and all that. So it is an effort by the students, and the hub is only facilitating these efforts and offering them a platform to take action in climate change.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for that. And we appreciate the demonstration of the art. It's nice to get a visual representation of what you're talking about. Before I go to you, Alex, there was a question from the floor here. I really hope it's directed at Dar es Salaam.
Yeah.
Great. Fabulous. If we can have the microphone.
Hi, I'm Dorothy from Satyatara Bhinneka University in Indonesia. We're a newly established university in Indonesia that puts research and sustainability at the core of our process of learning. So we are interested to know, when you engage with the society, for example, in Tanzania, you work with school children on creating awareness, cleaning the beach, also the beekeeping, coral reef, mangrove, you know. What are the challenges when you involve the society, the community, in, you know, doing green activities, and how do you overcome those challenges? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Almas, if you can give us a response, please.
I don't think we have faced any challenges so far, because all these initiatives were started by the community itself. So our work as university is to try and understand what the communities are doing, and also maybe trying to find support in terms of finances to help them get some more materials that they need. Like in this island where they are working with, there's a group that is working with the school children to create awareness about environment and climate change, and also engaging in beach cleaning and general environmental cleaning. What they needed is a laptop that they can use to project, to show, like to take photos and show the children what is happening on the environment, what are the challenges, and what they can do. So kind of helping them to create more awareness in a classroom setting. So they have classes, I think, once in a week, where they go in the school and they work with these kids. They are in environmental clubs, so they try to create more awareness about what is what is happening in the environment. So they take photos, they take videos from the environment, and then they show the kids, and they also try to help them to understand what can be done from their side. And that's maybe what I can say is they need more resources, they need more money to help them improve what they're doing. Maybe that is now a challenge for us to get to help them get more funds to support and sustain what they are doing, but also to help, like, to facilitate more learning. They need to understand more some of the things they are doing. For example, as they are working on the coral reefs restoration, they need to, there's a question where they're trying to, of course they have answers, but maybe we need to learn more on whether the bricks that they are using to restore the corals in the ocean may have any environmental impacts within the ocean. So from their indigenous knowledge, they know that it is not a problem, but for us as scientists, we think maybe there's a need to understand more, and maybe a possibility of engaging with other researchers who are working on maybe oceanography and all that, to get to understand better if there might be any implications. So the challenge for us as university is to get more resources and also to get to connect them with the right people who can, you know, help them now with more scientific knowledge to combine with their indigenous knowledge, in order to be able to understand well what they are doing, and also they be trying to learn more what others are doing in other parts of the world that can improve the practices that these communities are already doing in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very comprehensive response, and I think everyone in the room appreciated it. I would perhaps like to take the opportunity to stay with Dar es Salaam and see if there is a question that arises that can be posed either to, well, maybe this time a question posed to UCL. We haven't had one yet. And then, Alex, I will let you pose your question. Is that a question coming up to the floor?
No, I'm trying to get attention of everyone to see if they have any questions.
It's fine.
There's a question here.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you so much. I would like to know how the Green Education Hub is going to disseminate and propagate to the larger community within Kenya on climate change.
I believe the question is on how the hub is going to create awareness in communities. Is that the question? Sorry. Oh,
yes.
I understand this dissemination of information. At the moment, we have established more on the university community side, but all these are students who come from various communities. What we intend to do is to start working with schools. We are an institution that's known for education. Most of the teachers in the country are trained at Kenyatta University, so we want to start with schools, and already Kenya Methodist University has started working. It has adopted 2 schools where they're already nurturing the young students to start taking action. So our communities will be will include the schools themselves, but also these are students who come from various parts of the country affected in different ways. We want to work, and we have already started the process of working with the National Environmental Authority. They were here in the morning and they participated in our panel. They are part of the Participatory Action Research Group. So this, the institution has centers across the country, more like outreach centers, and we want to be able to work with them so that when students are home during the holidays or they have their projects, they can go and work directly under the National Environmental Authority. That will be one of the ways in which the students will get to work directly with communities in partnership. So we are seeking to partner with organizations, those who have a better reach across the country, but also we want to have a case where students when taking their projects, they can go to their own communities and look for solutions or try to work with communities to get solutions of the challenges that are affecting them directly at the communities. So it's going to be a multi-pronged approach where students can do their projects at community level, work with communities, understand the challenges and try to work with them on this, but also as partnering with organizations that are already established on the ground, the students will be part of the teams that will be working with communities directly. That's what we are looking at working with schools, working with communities through partnerships that we are currently establishing.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for that. I would like us to have a question for UCL before Alex then says something from UCL. So there are no questions really, just comments that it's really insightful.
So
Yeah.
we get to ask a question from.
That would be great, yes, yes.
Okay, I think we have 2 questions already. I'll give the mic to those who will ask a question. Mary, you have a question. Dr. Mushiri, you have a question. So I don't know if the camera will just go straight to them.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a question to UCL, and I think I listened to the introduction where we were dealing with the participatory action research groups, and I would really want to hear whether in the UCL case, has there been engagement with students in any way? I know there's been studies with the faculty, but has there been any engagement with the students? And what is, or how is the response in regard to this, climate action, climate justice, and issues? How is it going about?
Thank you so much. So,
Get the other question as well.
what other questions?
There was 2 questions. Yeah.
Oh, right, in the Kenya room. Yeah. Okay, we can take both.
There's one more from here.
Okay.
Thank you. This one is not for IUC, but for not UCL, but for Dar es Salaam. I would like to find out how you manage the choices of what activities or what interventions the community decided to work on. Did you tailor the activities from your point of view so that you work on them with the community, or you gave the community a chance to come up with their own issues and of climate issues and decide on how to solve them? And I would like to know also the challenges that you faced in order to establish which intervention, because I presume the interventions are very many. So how did they decide on one and not the rest? Thank you.
Really interesting question, I think.
If you allow just one more.
Okay.
We have 2, sorry.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask, my question is directed to Dar es Salaam. When you're planting those coral seedlings, I'm wondering how much have you been able, you didn't demonstrate maybe by pictures showing us how far you've managed to replant them? And given you said it's 7 minutes before out of the sea and back into the sea, I consider that to be a very high labor intensive activity. How do you manage that?
All right, thank you so much, Kenyatta, for all of your questions. There's one more, okay.
Thank you. My question goes to UCL, and from the survey, the qualitative survey, I would like to know how is the curriculum, how is the climate change content covered in your curriculum, in your university curriculum generally? Is it mainstreamed, or perhaps there is one particular course that has been done by all the students? So how is it covered in your curriculum at UCL? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Can I suggest that we take the 2 UCL questions and then I will give the floor to Dar es Salaam. That said, I just want to say we started late, so we're going to continue for an additional 10 minutes if everybody doesn't mind. Alex?
So can you hear me? Yeah. So just responding to the question around the participatory action research group. Well, it's very short.
we haven't really engaged students, or we haven't really set up a participatory action research group in UCL to conduct a similar set of activities that have been happening at different universities. So as part of Climate U, there hasn't been much engagement so far with students, but I think it is within the ambition of the project to try to open up that conversation with UCL and UCL structures. And I think part of the agenda today is precisely to think about ways, what are the spaces that we could engage in the future, and that we can share some of those findings. And I think your question really provokes us to really not leave that question aside and really think of ways through which the lessons learned from the experiences elsewhere can come back home here in UCL and really promote or trigger further conversations here in UCL in ways that participatory action research groups could address issues of climate change in the UK or here in London. The question around the qualitative analysis around curriculums, maybe I pass over to Tristan.
Yeah, so just a quick comment on that. So, I mean, for fear of opening up a broader debate on international research funding in the UK, I mean, this project was part of the Global Challenges Research Fund, which had a specific requirement to be focused on overseas development assistance. And that's why the research that was originally funded was outside the UK, which leads us to a rather strange disparity that we've got. We're not doing the research on ourselves here in the same way. We have taken some opportunities, though, and we're fully aware of the problems with that. We have taken some opportunities to open that up when we can. So we've actually started doing some qualitative work around that. As the speaker said, that's mainly with academic staff, and Lorena, maybe later, if we have a chance, can say something about that study. But there are ways that we've started to engage with the curriculum and student side of things already. So there's a new initiative in UCL around education for sustainable development. And some of the work we've been doing as Climate U is filtering into the debates about how to set that up. So the idea of a curriculum topography that we think about learning about climate change through the official taught curriculum, but also through peer learning on campus and student-led initiatives and campaigning and mobilization outside the university, that we think about learning in all of these spheres in an integrated way is being built into those plans. And not to mention, of course, extensive work in the university that's nothing to do with Climate U, which others in here may like to comment on. So there is a lot happening. We're slowly building it into the Climate U work, and we're going to take advantage of that a lot in the final year. But because of the structure, the nature of the research fund, it wasn't quite in there from the beginning. But we're taking the opportunities now, certainly using the inspiration of the other countries that are involved in this research and the centrality of students in that work. Not as recipients of learning, but as the agents who are actually taking forward the work, has inspired us to put that at the center of what we're doing. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Tristan. So I will repeat the questions that were directed to Dar es Salaam, and we'll keep the conversation going because we've only got another 6 minutes. So one question was, how did you decide on the choice of activities that you decided on? Was it the community that chose, or were you a lot more active in the decision-making around activities? I hope I've paraphrased that correctly.
Yes, you do, Paresa. And if you allow me, I will give the mic to the member of the community to tell us how did we reach at that intervention, and is here to share. I hope you will hear some Swahili and later we can translate. Please, Chande.
Naitwa Saidi Mohamed Chande, mwanajamii wa kikundi cha Matumbawe kutoka Somalia. katika kupambana na uharibifu wa tabia nchi, sisi kama wanajamii, kuna vitu vingi vinavyotuelekeza pale katika kijiji chetu kwamba hali imebadilika. Moja, kipo kijiji pale kando kando ya bandari ile ya Somanga. Sasa hivi tayari maji yameshakula kile kijiji chote. Hiyo ni ishara tosha kabisa kuonyesha kwamba tunakabiliwa na uharibifu wa mazingira. Kutokana na hali hiyo, tukaona ni vizuri sasa kama jamii kuanza kujikusana na kutumia nguvu zetu zile tulizokuwa nazo ili kupambana na hiyo hali. Swala hilo alihitaji elimu kubwa sana, kwa sababu samaki wanaovuliwa pale sisi ndo tunaowavua na kuwala. Kwa hiyo tunajua muda gani samaki walikuwa wanapatikana wengi, muda gani samaki hawapatikani wengi. Lakini pia katika utafiti wetu sisi wenyewe usiokuwa rasmi kabisa, tumegundua kwamba matumbawe yameharibiwa, lakini sio kuharibiwa, mengine yamekufa. Tukaanza sasa kama jamii kujikusana na kupata mafunzo yale yasiokuwa rasmi tena vile vile, mafunzo ya kijamii tukaanza nayo ili kuona ule uhalisia wa miamba yetu tunarudishaje. Wataalamu kutoka chuo kikuu Duse walipofika pale, wao walikuja kutukuta sisi tumeshapiga hatua. Tuna matofali kama 1200 tumeshapanda. Wao walipokuja pale, tukaanza sisi kuwaelekeza namna ya hatua tulioanza kuchukua, matofali tunavyofyatua na matumbawe kule pwani tunavyopandikiza. Baada ya hapo, wao sasa ndo wakawa wanatufuatisha sisi kwa namna vile tunavyowaelekeza. Mpaka sasa hivi tumeshapandikiza matumbawe 2000 na wao wakiwa nyuma yetu wakitusikiliza sisi kitu gani tunawaelekeza, na sio wao kutuelekeza sisi kwamba fanyeni hivi, fanyeni hivi, fanyeni hivi. Kwa nini tumefikia hatua hiyo? Tumefikia hatua hiyo kwa sababu rasilimali zile zilizokuwepo pale kijijini sisi ndo zinatuhusu zaidi kuliko profesa aliyekuwepo chuo kikuu.
So to say briefly, Paresa, we never chose for them. We engaged them, and we slowly, they decided, and we supported them. And that's how we are working with them to do an intervention which is relevant to them and relevant to their culture and context. And then the other one is more technical. I think you should also respond to that. Kwa nini dakika 7 lazima muwe mmepandikiza na sio kadhaa?
Yale matumbawe hai, matumbawe wale hayafi. Isipokuwa matumbawe yanakufa kama taratibu zake zinakosewa. Ili ukosee taratibu za matumbawe katika kuyatunza ziyakafa, unapoyatoa katika maji, yanatakiwa yabaki juu pale kwa muda wa dakika 7 tu. Yani mpaka wewe unamaliza kupandikiza katika matofali dakika 7 zisifike, iwe tayari umeshamaliza zoezi hilo na tayari umeshampa mtu aliyekuwepo baharini anayarudisha tena kule kule kwenye maji.
So it's really labor intensive, and that's why they usually go in a boat with about 10 people. And usually the big number are women who are very active in doing that work. Though intensive, but they are able to do it, and they have successfully done that. And I think Tristan was able to see what these women has been able to achieve. And sorry, we could not share the slides because we are technically unable to do so, but there are a lot of videos that we'll be able to show at a later stage as we progress. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. That was really fantastic contribution. I think we should close it there. We are doing quite good for time. No, Alex, I left out your question. Are you fine to move on? Okay, great. So Can I let you come up, Tristan, and say thank you to Kenya and Dar es Salaam? I think it's been a spectacular international dialogue. I am stunned that we pulled it off.
Yeah, I think the supermarket catchphrase "just in time" is probably applicable here, as we solved the technical issues about 3 or 4 seconds before Kenyatta was due to speak. So I'm absolutely delighted that we've managed to pull this off. It is wonderful to have a little window onto the day that you're having over there in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, and for you to see ours and to have this little intersection of our debates today. So very inspiring for us, of course, to see the work that's underway in your context. So thank you very much to all of you, and enjoy the last part of your day. We've got a bit longer here because we're 3 hours ahead of you. 3 hours behind you, rather. So enjoy your final session, and good luck with the work in the coming months.
Thank you very much. Makofi kwenu, Dar es Salaam.
Just stay on the line if you like.
Okay, so I'm being told to remind online participants to either stay online or rejoin whatever session you were in previously.
We'll be back.
Yes, so thank you again, everyone, and we will proceed with our program here in London. All right.
Yeah. Jeremy, you can mute or you sign off. Okay, so back to our session. I know this was supposed to be the final session, but we did not take
was fulfilling and nutritious. So it is 1:30 and we're gonna pick our program up again. And as I had said to you before we went off to lunch, or rather I'd said in the morning that we were gonna have a panel which would critically reflect on the morning's proceedings. So I'm gonna introduce our panelists rather, who will come up in a moment. And our first panelist is Betsabe Torres Olave. Okay, great. And then we have Raphael Mitchell as well. Okay. Elaine Unterhalter, and we have Brad Blitz. Brad Blitz is on his way. He's not in the room at the moment, which is okay. Okay, so I will give each panelist about 7 minutes to talk, and then at the end, we will take our round of questions. So in total, the session will be about an hour long. And again, everyone who is online, please remember to pop your questions into the Q&A and your comments into the chat, right? And then as we are having the discussion, please, hold in your minds thoughts around what the main challenges are that constrain the ability of universities to respond to the climate crisis. Because the aim of this is not for the panelists to talk at you, but we want to all have a very engaged and lively debate. So think about what are the main challenges. What are the ways in which universities can respond to those challenges? And I guess we can slice that up into short-term, medium-term, long-term, right? Because that's one of the difficult issues that we have to contend with. What can be done now, given the urgency of the crisis, and then what needs to be planned for going forward in the future? So that said, I'd like to call upon our panelists to come and take their seats in the front, especially because Brad is here now. So, yeah. Off you go. Who is first?
I don't know, but I can start. Thanks for the invitation. It was really nice to hear everyone talking about different experiences. I started with my former supervisor, so it's really nice actually to have the opportunity to talk with him about this experience. My name is Betsabe Torres. I'm from Chile, but I have been in the UK for around 4 or 5 years. I finished my PhD recently on communities, so I learned a lot about community as well today. And they actually kind of think back to when I lived with teachers in Chile, and then how kind of resonate with what you have been doing in this project and with the people also there in the other countries. And so while I was during the morning, I wrote some notes that I want to reflect on. So first I did a bit of what they said at the beginning in the morning with the review and then with the survey, and then some things later on in the activity with the people in other countries that I found fascinating to have like a discussion that someone else was having in another country, and then sharing it with the space, and then putting that together. And then some like kind of more abstract, maybe ideas that I've been thinking as values probably. So first of all, I learned a lot about the importance and the emphasis on epistemic and attitudinal change, like in the production of knowledge and in community engagements. How people has been putting emphasis on kind of like analyzing those things in different contexts, as Lorena was sharing in the lecture review. And then I also learned about the students' willingness to enact change, maybe less about the dictators' willingness to enact change, which I think that is something that we also need to know, like, do they want to change as well? For example, the pedagogies, how they teach the future teachers, the future engineers, the future scientists, what they are doing as well. Do they want to change that thing, or it's just students? I've been thinking about that. And then we learned that even though maybe we don't know much about those educators, there are people in universities in different spaces in different countries working with participatory action research. As someone said, I'm sorry I don't remember all the names. It was a necessary. You mentioned that someone told you that it was like a necessary condition to achieve change. So maybe it's like rethinking the university as a space where participatory action research is like a value of how we engage with the local community and how we engage with the students as well. And based on that, I have a few kind of ideas. First, the community became an educator as well. It's not just the university, but the community is the educator. Second, the assumption starts with there is knowledge out there, so it's not just in the building of the university, but also outside. And also the scale of action is diverse, it's multiple, and it needs to be evaluated in the sense of what is urgent, necessary within local frameworks of good living, because it's not going to be the same what we need in different spaces, right? And the good living as well is not going to be the same here in the UK or in Kenya or in Mexico, Valparaiso, for example. And in the broader scale, I think we need to start asking, like, where we asking to act, who is acting, who is doing things, what is the role of the disciplines, and where are the limits as well. So what is the space until they can enact something, and how is education of those disciplines, and I always think here in scientists, because I'm a physics teacher, engineers, how we are like, analyzing those people's affective dynamics with the world, for example, like how much they engage with the local communities as well, and how they actually learn with the community, as we're seeing in the example here before. And also how we use certain strategies such as mapping local problems, about adaptation, about restoration as well, what is locally significant. And I want to finish with 3 notions that I think are for me are important and have been learning about this with a lot of teachers, mostly about attention. So we need to be attentive to kind of learn and imagine new ways of living, what is happening in other countries, and we are doing that here, right? So attention is very important, and I think that is also another maybe essential value that we need to embrace at the university. Humility as well, particularly systemic humility, that there is knowledge out there, there are people doing things right now. Climate justice as well in time and space, so not just for future generations, but also for other spaces. How what we do here can affect other places. So for example, you think about the lithium and how these green mobilities affect North Chile. And maybe we can start to embrace problem-posing education, but I can see that in the example that we have been seeing today. So we don't learn about climate change, but climate change is the generative thing that is going to kind of illuminate instead of learning about climate change, it's like climate change is the theme of right now. Also, like good living as well is the theme of right now. So we are going to see how my discipline can contribute to that, and how my discipline has a limit that then need another discipline to do something about climate change. It's not about climate change. It's climate change is something bigger, and the discipline becomes at the service of climate change and climate justice and good living. And well, then we need transdisciplinary as well, because when I show the limits of the disciplines and how we need others to achieve climate justice, and always go back to the community. And this thing that we have been doing here is going to serve us as a pedagogy for our imagination, because we're going to learn with other people, with other spaces, with other disciplines as well.
So much. That was perfectly timed. And following Betsabes, we will hear from Raphael. Please.
Cheers, thank you. Yeah, thanks also for the invitation today. Really great to be here from Bristol. Yeah, so what did I want to say? So my learnings from today, what have I learned? Well, I've learned about this project. I think I heard about it first some years ago, but I've seen it's developed a lot, and seeing how it's what it's looking like now. And you know, what we've seen from Tanzania, from Kenya, from the examples we saw this morning, was look at what's possible given resources and support in terms of southern-led research based on and action research based on local priorities, and including, you know, actually massive changes like institutionalizing a common course across Kenyatta University. That's an amazing thing, right? And that would, if I'd had time for a question, it would have been around that, around teachers' responses to that and how that actually worked, achieving that. So yeah, we've seen different priorities in Tanzania and Kenya as well. So a range of different really exciting work which is taken under the auspices of this project. And also the Marina's systematic review as well. I think that was incredibly helpful for me as someone who's I'm faculty in a university, but I'm also a member of a climate action group within my school. So the University of Bristol declared, it was the first UK university to declare a climate emergency in 2019. So there's been an institutional support for responding to this, and that's why I really like the question that was driving Marina's review around how are universities responding to the challenges of climate change, and I think there's a kind of an unspoken question or a question around that, which is how are they not responding to climate change? What are they not doing? I found the typography, like the framework, incredibly helpful for my own work as within the climate action group in the School of Education. Just in terms of mapping that out, and it shows, there was a domain looking at, what we do on campus in terms of energy use, catering, these kinds of things. So my institution has made a commitment to net zero by 2030. And in terms of that domain, where looking at how we're using energy, catering, having planet-friendly catering, that kind of thing. These things are, they're achievable in our institutions here. And part of it is making people aware of it, like making it visible, and then about making commitments towards, policies, basically having policies to achieve that. The area which I think is much harder to address was that one on the right, where it was within education. So as we've seen with Kenyatta University, you can do it. You can mandate a course. In my institution as well, we've got on our bachelor's education program, we've got a common course which is mandated for every student who comes, where they're addressing this issue of climate action. They're looking at this from a global perspective. But there's an elephant in the room here around this education, which is, so what? How is this contributing to reduction in consumption and emissions? And when we're thinking about that, we need to be thinking around the world. We need to be thinking about Fiji and everywhere. But most importantly, we need to be thinking about here. What are we doing in the UK, in our institutions around redressing this, around responding to this, around acknowledging it? So we've got a common course, as I say, around climate action. But what about behaviour of staff, of students? What about our consumption? Is it actually having an impact on our consumption? That was my question was around, how do we influence that? Because that's centrally important. And I think we've got to look at where our gaze is. And Tristan mentioned GCRF, the Global Challenges Research Fund, as a funding body is directed towards global challenges, but these are located in the south. But we need to think about how we can return the gates here. So I've got I don't know how long I've probably got a minute or two more, but 2 minutes. Okay. So so just one thing I want to share as well, which is there's some research which I can't share because it's not public, and I'm not sure if it will be public. But it was in the climate action group in my school. We've taken various actions to try and reduce our emissions, essentially. And part of this is involved monitoring and understanding international travel for people in our university. Yeah. So that's the first. You need to know what's going on. Do we know that does IOE know about emissions relating to international travel of staff and students? Do we know? Because in my institution, we did a small survey, but which I can't share results from. But I've got to say the results are. What I can say is that it's depressing. And what it really points to is the importance back the lane here on Marina's slide around, okay, we're doing stuff in education around climate action, but how's it affecting people's behaviour? How's it affecting our consumption? And we need that. So it's that, just to conclude then, so how are universities responding to climate change? How are we not responding to climate change? How are our structures co-opting this energy and action and, you know, thwarting it. And essentially it's, you know, we need to make this visible really in order to respond to it. And I think, so there might be small wins here, like one with the survey, for example, which was really interesting cross-national data from those countries. Is it possible, is it a low cost or even a no cost way just to add the UK to that as well? You know, that I don't know how expensive that is or costly in terms of resources. But yeah, we're the ones, us in the room, that actually need to take most action here. That's
Thank you so much. Everyone is doing so well in terms of time. I'm surprised, pleasantly surprised. Yeah. All right. So next I'll hand over to Elaine for your reflections, please.
Thanks, Palesa, and thanks for inviting me to do this. And very big thanks as someone who's also been involved in these international research projects. It was brought it to this point because I know how much work and cadets and coordination is entailed in that process. But secondly, that you structured the project with this combination of methodologies and that the participatory action research so grounded it in reflecting on what the conditions are on the ground. So one of the first things I feel I've learned is that universities are not all the same. And they're not all the same in relation to their responsibility for the climate crisis, which builds from the point Raphael was making. I mean, I think we saw it in relation to some of the responses that came from the survey. I know it's in some of the granular material of from the literature review, and it was also clear in relation to different kinds of universities in Kenya and Tanzania. So the universities are differently implicated in the problem, but there are many similarities about the ways in which solidarities and skills need to be built for the solution. So I think that's one of the really important things of learning from this project, and the kind of probably central positioning of the participatory action research, I think, allows some of those solidarities and skills to be even more grounded. The second thing, which I think everybody has said, but I think maybe comes across more clearly in some bits of work than in others, is that climate change is so linked with global poverty and is so tied up with the histories of imperialism, capitalism, racism, patriarchy and colonization, none of which are in the past. They're both in the past and in the present. And I think it's a problem that's both moral and it's a problem about causality. And I think that's one of the things that the participatory action research illuminates. But I think that what we've got to do is hold those two things together in the project. And I think that there are ways that maybe the survey and the literature review need to talk to some of those more political themes that were emerging from the participatory action research studies, as Alex distilled them. I think that's a really important element. There's clearly, as Raphael was stressing, these differences between universities in terms and we tended historically to think of those are how much are they government-led, how much are they autonomous, are they private, are they public, are they local, are they engaged with internationalization? But I think this issue of what's their global footprint, because who's being held accountable for what, it very resonates with the kind of debate going on at the moment as to who's bearing the brunt of these issues and who continues to hand out the punishment. So what, in terms of what's constraining universities, I think
Elaine.
2 minutes, I'm on my last point. I think universities are constrained by their limited sense of ambition of who they are, and that maybe for some, the lack of critical reflection on who they are and how they're implicated in global systems. And that what you need is some kind of step change to incentivize those who are most engaged with carbon emissions to change their practices, and also then to look at ways of this building solidarities and skills. And I think it's really a process of building the relationships of accountability. What we've learned from the project is how activist students are, and that there's a whole challenge to an older generation of staff, which I belong to engage and feel that kind of sense of activism. There's a way that if institutions make pledges on zero carbon or green activities, that we can hold them to account and have a place to check their activities. And I wanted to just end with this very resonant analysis that I think Carl White's paper on the epistemologies of coordination, because I think this project exemplifies something of the implicit epistemologies of coordination. And just to say, some of the points that struck me so powerfully was a person saying in Tanzania, I think this is relevant to the culture and context in which people are, to the students holding that and feeling so engaged and coming forward to us. And then since the beginning, working on those coral reefs was so prepared to give so much labor intensity to protect and protect their livelihoods. It's so much more time. We just wish that we could give much more time to it personally in what we do professionally and in our teaching and in our social action. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Elaine. Our last speaker will be Brad.
Thank you very much. There's really a lot to think about here. And what I'd like to throw out is actually this idea that the project is looking at universities, at least it's in the title, right? Transforming universities, right? And there's quite possibly, I would actually say there is a tension here in terms of this, the way we frame the institutional analysis. So if we put universities at the center, we make universities, let's say, the core of what we're looking at. That raises other questions, epistemological questions as to how we learn, not only what is the role of the universities, but what happens inside the universities. And we tend to speak of formal learning and informal learning. And clearly the participatory action research flags up a lot of informal learning, a lot of peer-based or peer-to-peer learning, which in a sense flips on its head the idea of having the university at the core, because what we see is actually youth-led activities. We see students as leaders, we see knowledge generated through activism and through direct action. So the women in the coral reef, that's actually a very, I think, a clear example of this. And that's something which should be elevated, right? Because as we talk about universities, we place universities at the center of this. We know, however much respect and admiration we have for our universities, these are very large, often bureaucratic, they are bureaucratic institutions. And if we're going to measure success and behavioral change by looking at how curricula are reformed or what features in the curricula or what is adopted and what isn't adopted, to some extent that overrides what is, to my mind, a more diverse and interesting picture. And that is what people are actually doing with the knowledge that they're acquiring themselves through their own actions, which they're sharing, often in a horizontal way, but also, taking that up, it's very clear that a lot of the climate action work that we see, the fact that we have discourse on this, is actually youth-led. It is coming from another generation. And that should, I think, make us reflect more so on where we actually locate centers for knowledge production, or rather, whether or not we're prepared to embrace a much more decentralized version of this, where activism isn't seen as the junior partner here to what goes on inside universities. And that's why I think that the participatory action research is really informative if the focus is on behavioral change. And as this is brought out through the different methodologies, which do speak to perception-based analysis, let's say, of what people are doing, what people can do, how change is actually being presented and hopefully affected, then I would suggest that actually we need to reconsider how we frame this as a sort of institutional study. It seems to me that universities are absolutely critical in this whole discourse. But so are other actors, right? And so are other actors in a much more decentralized and, in fact, deinstitutionalized context here. One might argue that the young people who are gluing themselves to the National Gallery, yes, they may be university graduates, but they may be doing this, without any reference to what they've learned themselves in structures like UCL and the other universities that we've heard from today. And that type of knowledge, which we might otherwise recognize, let's say, in other contexts as indigenous knowledge, or through an anthropological gaze as folk knowledge, etc., is nonetheless relevant. And I would say that there's something specific to young people, to youth, and the way this knowledge is being transmitted. We didn't talk that much about technology, but that is absolutely central to this discussion. We're not on Instagram, but I know the project is on a number of platforms. But I think that's also a really important vector for analysis here. Yeah, so I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brad. You had another 2 minutes, but that's okay. You
Go on.
don't have to. All right. So just to say, the Brazilian team has an Instagram.
Oh.
So I've forgotten their. Of course they do. And Kenya are very active on Twitter. So there are a number of teams who are doing much more than what Team UCL are doing, and they put us to shame.
Train us, please.
Train us, teach us. Yeah. So, okay, that said, let's open the floor for questions. Again, people online, please, with your questions, put them in the Q&A, comments in the chat. And yeah, I think I'll do it in rounds. And in total, we have a full 30 minutes, really, to go around and have a lively debate. Yes, let's start over here.
So I would like to ask 2 questions, if I may. One of them is a bit shorter. One of them is possibly a point for discussion. So I don't think it has a one short answer. So my first question is actually to Rafael. This is something that you mentioned regarding University of Bristol. That's interesting for me from the point of view of work on education for sustainability at UCL. Did you say that every undergraduate student has to take a module, or is it just in one faculty or one department?
Oh no, yes, sure. So no, actually I can't answer the whole university. Okay. In my school, it's
so there is a module that every undergraduate has to take that has to do with climate. Okay, great. And the other kind of question that I have, it's more like a open question, I guess, is and it ties a lot of things that have been mentioned today now, but also in the morning, I think, is I wanted to ask the panel's perspectives on kind of position of universities that at least sort of in the global north. I mean, definitely UCL, given the latest strategy, is orientated towards growth, and very much we are also looking at a very kind of aggressive commodification of higher education. So how does that interact? How is that compatible or otherwise with not only counteracting climate change, but even more so delivering climate justice? Because maybe you could have solutions that kind of technologically respond to climate change, but it's much more difficult to technologically somehow deliver justice at the same time. So I wanted to kind of ask your perspectives on the compatibility of these two, the interaction of these two. I do appreciate that there are also other universities involved, which might have very different role in that. But these are my two questions. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Oh yes, my name is Joanna. I actually work for the CEID in UCL. I used to study here as well.
Thank you, Joanna. Can I just add one question from the chat? So it says, thanks everyone on the panel who made really excellent points. My question is it possible to comb through all our courses too from a climate emergency lens? Perhaps there are courses that are imagining solutions, in brackets, great futures, within the same development paradigms and global economic systems that are inherently unsustainable and violent. So I don't know if anyone from the panel would like to pick that up. If there are no other questions from the floor, then I think let's respond to the first two sets of questions and then get back to the chat. I mean, yeah.
Sure. Let me just reflect on it just briefly. So yeah, thanks, John. I think, I mean, my short answer, I think, this is right. Growth, commodification of education, what you pointed to, is it compatible with, sustainability? I don't, in my view, and justice, so in my view, no, like, I don't think it is compatible. That's my honest answer. However, okay, so that sounds bad, but the question is, so I've got more modest ambitions here. So can we mitigate the destruction that we're causing through our institutions? And I think we can. And the first is, making it visible, and then, setting targets and agreeing around it. So I think that's a precondition. So I think we can mitigate the worst damages. For example, for example, like around student flights, which I mentioned, international student flights would be, talk about growth of the sector and the unsustainability of our university system here. Like we can start by just asking. We can start by finding out information about, auditing the movement of staff and students involved in UK institutions. That would be a start. And then maybe you can say, okay, raising awareness around that. And then maybe somewhere down the line, there's restrictions and, firm commitments that, that against travel and various other areas of consumption. But yeah, I think we can mitigate the ill effects.
Nice.
Can I
Thank you. Yes,
respond to that? I mean, this is really interesting because we do have a growth strategy. We're a very large institution. And although climate change, and climate change, not climate justice, has been set out as a priority, it's clearly secondary to everything else. Okay. The university has been set up to attract students, to recruit students, largely international students. I'm not suggesting that the people who are advancing the language of sustainability are insincere, but practically the decisions come from the top in terms of how universities are to be run. Then there's some discussion of, well, we need to be more sustainable. Oh, let's find someone who can help to fill in that aspect of policy, as if you can necessarily fill it in. Then they talk about sustainability, principally in terms of buildings, how we can make our campus more sustainable, and they talk about net zero. Then someone reminds them, you know, actually education is one of the SDGs and runs right across. Why don't you speak to people who work in the area of education? Oh, maybe we should do that too, because in fact, people we put in charge are engineers or other people. And it gets cobbled together. I mean, that's actually how the university has developed a whole policy around this. Now, I would say, I'm not sure that we really can mitigate some of these harms in as far as, well, say questions of travel, etc., because we are so dependent on international students for our survival. But what I would say is, I mean, in terms of mitigation, education is a good thing too, right? Regardless, right? When we talk about, you know, clearly there are all sorts of threats, environmental threats that are posed by the way in which our business model is set up. But we do bring other good to it. And I would say, you know, that's perhaps the mitigation. That's in terms of what we do, how we work with young people, the process of education, as well as the technical training of the, you know, the doctors and the engineers and the teachers, as well as the general education we provide. And I think we just have to have some sort of reckoning with that.
Maybe take a bit of the second question, because I think maybe that might build from the points Brad is taking, but in response, also in response to the question of this incredibly harmful growth that with a huge carbon footprint, it's sort of weird because Oxford and Cambridge, which are the two universities that UCL emulates, have caps on student numbers. And that's part of their notion of excellence. And it was the caps on student numbers at Oxford and Cambridge were imposed apparently because of issues of civic tension, time-bound civic tension. So why doesn't UCL say there's a kind of global civic tension? Well, I mean, I know there are very severe financial issues which have been part of discussion. But that's leading me to the issue that there's no vision yet, I think, at UCL about of a kind of post-growth agenda. What does UCL look like after we've maybe got the provost says to us we must not continue on this, let's use the word, the sugar hit of too much reliance on international student fee. But afterwards, what's going to happen? And I think it's that we read the second question, which was about looking at all our courses. I think what it so lost is the sense that this project is trying to stress is the climate justice issue, the way issue that you can't address climate change without addressing issues of poverty and working on strategies of redistribution and inclusion. And I think that should be at the center of what our universities are trying to do, so that climate U is being, sorry, not climate U as a project, but work on climate change is constantly being pulled to the technical and the engineering and away from the social and the concerns of inequality. And I think that's a real project. That's what we've got to work on and think about and push towards.
Brilliant. Thanks, Elaine. Yes, of course. That's okay.
For the first question, I want to ask something instead of answering the question. Do we really need like big universities, or like do we really need universities to grow? Maybe some university needs to have a class or like kind of like must not survive as they are right now, and maybe that's a way for a solution. And in the other one, for the second one, I think that there are programs around different countries working with like create an approach to education, so probably post education. So rather than starting with, for example, learning about thermodynamics, climate change is going to be the problem, and then we're going to see the way around how we can understand that problem through thermodynamics. And the same with other, for example, I don't know, like language education. So how can we understand climate change through the lens of language education? But then also open universities to, as someone said before, like a course that is open for different disciplines, and particularly the intersection maybe between science faculties and humanities and the science faculties. So you will have a disciplinary dialogue between people that is educating for becoming different type of like professionals on a common theme, and see how each discipline is going to have their limits, but also how those disciplines can dialogue with other ones to understand that big problem. That today it's climate change, but it could be something else, climate justice, as you mentioned before, or it could be, for example, I have a friend from Brazil that he has been working with the problem is violence, and he's a physics teacher, and they have been like analyzing the problem of violence through the lens of physics, and and it's quite difficult because how can we do that? Well, then as a teacher and as a student, you have a challenge because you need to try to learn physics, but how physics going to contribute to understand that big problem at the same time.
I think if I can just abuse my privileges as chair, I think you raised an important point about whether we need big universities. And what is striking is, so one of the ways in which the contribution of universities is framed has to do with, you know, how they stimulate the economy wherever they are in the city or whatever. And because of that, well, I'm South African, I come from South Africa, and a little bit of the discourse around our universities and how they contribute has to do with the potential to maximize what they do by creating elaborate infrastructure projects around these universities. Infrastructure projects which aren't necessarily sustainable. Okay, so the question is how, or rather why, are we continuing to imagine a future where we are, yes, on the one hand, noting that a lot of people are unemployed, infrastructure mega projects that are driven by the state with trillions or billions from the state are critical, but at the same time, it seems there is this trade-off where we're saying, it's okay, we're going to background the issue of climate change for now and treat the university as a response to the need for whatever the state's big growth projects are around infrastructure and employment. And it's interesting that you said that. Do we need massive universities, you know, that are growing on such an unsustainable scale? Okay, so nothing from the chat. I'm happy to take more questions from the floor because we have 15 minutes more. Yes.
I'm just reflecting as well.
Yeah.
And then you raised a very good point about activism, right? The importance of activism. And for me, I think in order for you to be able to ensure that the young people can get engaged or involved in activism is one of which is setting or having some role models. But I'm just questioning myself and maybe some of my colleagues within the new university. How many of us actually are actively thinking about the issue? And if we are not thinking about the issue, how can we encourage the students to think about the issue as well? And who have the knowledge, who have the willingness to actually go around and start the conversations, right? If it's not bottom, then I mean, ideally it's bottom up, but you know, most often it's actually coming from the top. You know? This is the policy of the university. It's not necessarily coming from intrinsic motivation or the willingness of the if I go to it, then you know I don't get too much by the university, and so just how can we set a role model and make educators activists as well to make sure that the young people can be part of the conversation.
I guess people interact with the different reasons, different interest groups, and different information. And so, you have to get educational practice in different ways, you have to research in different ways, taking a range of different political themes. I think that is part of the university. But you can incentivize. We could incentivize, as the speaker said, us looking at our modules and courses and saying to what extent are we dealing with climate injustice and climate justice. And your suggestion of using that to look at a whole range of different disciplines. I mean, academics are very good at responding to incentives. They're incentivizing research. It's incentivizing particular kinds of teaching practice. That could be done. I seem to remember, Alex, you once spoke about bringing social activists into the classroom and having sessions around that. And it can, for us, just as we were electrified by listening to the voices from Tanzania and Kenya, and maybe one of the most profound moments for this morning was the man from Tanzania talking in Kiswahili, which I couldn't understand for 5 minutes, and I was struggling to this and just understanding that he's coming from such a very different place to which I have, and I got to listen. I got to try to work out what he's saying with. So it's those processes, and the message
I want to pick up on it, not directly to your question, but just to Elena's point about incentives. And I think, there are incentives like there's, what is that, stick and a carrot and that. And so what I want to come back to this issue of travel and flights and incentives around that, and self-knowledge about that, firstly, in terms of in the room, our flights as faculty and students as well. So even keeping with the business model we've got, where we do have large numbers of international students coming to UK universities, can we incentivize people not to travel home during holidays? Can we do that? Is that an option? Because the emissions from that is not small. It's very, very big, okay? So there's that. Maybe it requires other kinds of not incentives, but restructuring. For example, around how our term time. Like we have holidays around Christmas here and around Easter as well, where which gives people scope and space to travel, and that does happen. So maybe it's a question of changing what our terms look like, making them more intensive. And I know that there'll be a lot of opposition to this as well. Around what that puts on people who are teaching in these institutions. But we have to think about restructuring and as well as changing incentive systems.
I wanted to add something else about Alex mentioned a lot of the strategies that they must have been using. I think that could be like vehicles maybe for like activism or helping to as well. So for example, you mentioned marking exercise, and like the community, so they are big. So like marking exercise, co-production, like learning what for example occupation places need. In South America, we have a lot of those. So we can use those spaces within the class rather than waiting for the people to do something about it over the weekend, for example. You can use those within the curriculum, for example, like intervening your curriculum, what kind of content you are using as well. All of this is different ways of activism, and things don't need to be like out of the space of the classroom for them to be inside. For example, I learned 2 months ago in South African universities, they have been using digital education, something called transcendent walks. So teachers and featured teachers, they go out of the university during the class time, and they had to bring problems that surround the school. So what kind of things students see when they walk from their house to the school daily, and it could also be analyzed through the lens of like what pedagogy we're going to engage with, and those things are also active.
Can I respond on this point? I think, first of all, the university in this country doesn't really work in that, this is the policy at the top, therefore you must do this, otherwise you'll be penalized. It's not like that yet. What it is there are edicts that come down, they say, look, we all have to do this, etc. And what you get is probably a much more perfunctory, a really limited or substandard engagement with the issue, right? So it becomes form filling out, box ticking, some exercise which actually doesn't advance the wider goals. But what I would say is that it's not that we are sort of stuck in an institution, that where you see leadership, where you see activism, it is often informed by events outside the institution. So when you hear people who are involved, and we hear regularly with respect to climate change or climate activism, it is expressed in intergenerational terms. It's, I'm concerned about the future for my children. Now, the fact that I have children is not directly relevant to my role in the university, even though I do teach young people. But it's, this is how these ideas and interests permeate and percolate. Right? So I mean, the university sits in a wider social context, and it is permeable. So I think we have to recognize that and identify opportunities to bring the outside in, whether it's by bringing in activists, hearing the voices of young people, and also that means much more democratizing the classroom, where you engage with the students themselves and you ask them for their views and their opinions, and you let the students write papers on issues of interest to them. So, moving beyond this sort of chalk and talk type of let's say model of education, that sort of traditional model of education, it has to be altogether much more participatory.
So you are trying to say that there needs to be a change of paradigm, educational paradigm, as well in universities in order for this to work. So how?
Well, yeah, I mean, how ideas are shared, how ideas are generated, to recognize that that doesn't always happen, and often it doesn't happen in a really hierarchical space where you have, the institutional lead, whether it's the president, the provost, or the teacher, right? I mean, when you look at the history of universities, you look at how universities change. Student protests, whether 1968 or various other key markers, that is why we've seen this change, and that has also come both inside the university, but from outside the university, whether it's because students saw what was happening with respect to labor unions and other movements and the civil rights movement, and how that built on all sorts of other social movements that were happening, whether the anti-war movement, etc. I mean, ideas are not confined to institutions. Institutions may facilitate the sharing and the exchange of ideas, but ideas don't just live here.
Okay. If I can quickly share comments that have come in online, and then I will take your question. So one comment was that, this is a great discussion, and one response could certainly be that we need to change the academic promotion framework, among the other ways in which, the overall paradigm needs to change. And that was from Leila. Leila also said in general that the panel was brilliant and she found it very stimulating. And then Kauri says, with respect to the changing of the paradigm or the frameworks, she said, I suppose it is broadly covered under the public engagement in the current framework. So she's just raising where, I suppose, at the moment, generally these ideas fall into, and maybe that's problematic, maybe it's not, I don't know, we can debate it. Okay, so I will take your question. I don't know where the mic is, over here. Yeah. And we have 5 minutes left, so.
Okay, so my question is more of a reflection. Very briefly, my interest in climate justice more than anything is because I come from a very small island in the Caribbean, where every year we see the impact in climate. And kind of going back to that discussion of the survey, a lot of it, when you talk to people there in the island, they will say, it's not my responsibility because the government is the one. And they see this idea of climate as something, I can't change it because there are structures above me that fight against me even if I try to. And when you try to engage with communities, you still kind of get that same feeling of, we can try to change things, but there's things above me, things above my little island. There's bigger countries that don't seem to be doing a lot, and the burden in the end falls down on us. So kind of my point of discussion is bringing that question to you. Usually these panels and these symposiums, they talk about climate change and climate justice, and it's usually kind of global north. And usually the actions happen in the global south. They have initiatives, they have activities, they have, and so on, and that happens in the global south. But it's kind of posing the idea that it's just the global south that needs to work with climate justice. They're the only ones who should care about this because we're going to be the only ones who are going to be affected, because my island will be flooded in a couple of years. But nothing kind of seems to change in the climate in the global north. It's just the discussion happening, but not, you don't see as much action apart from throwing a soup to an art, those kind of really, in those kind of activism. So that's kind of my point of discussion more than a question, really.
Yes, of course, that's a bit.
I don't have many ideas about it. So the things that I would like to say is first, sometimes we forget that we also have lower south and lower north. So there are some communities here suffering environmental issues in local spaces and displacements as well. So we also need to think about that. Just like used to say, it's not this geography that is in the south, right? It's also happening here in Europe, for example. And yes, I agree that maybe we don't talk much about those communities that are part of the little south in the north, maybe. But I also think that it's important to kind of like spread around and not replicate, but use these spaces for like this kind of using literally like certain funding that are available here and that we don't have available in other countries, and put it at the service of other countries as this project has been doing, and also the projects that are being doing as well, but not to talk for other people, but as it was done today, that we were talking with the fire, like it's nice to see people having the same conversation right now, and then share space collectively to ask things to each other, and then just continue the discussion internally. And I think that we don't have that too much, and that's really like nice. And we have a very good position at universities in these countries that have a lot more funding, so we need to put ourselves at the service of other people, I think. And even though of course we are tired a lot, because of course here are so like a lot of like issues with time and all that. I still need to do those things because that's our job at the moment. That's also a way of activism, probably like how we put like our privileged position of time, of funding, etc., at the service of other spaces where we belong as well, because a lot of us are from those countries, as you as me, and a lot of people here as well. So that's so important.
Can I just respond to one point? I don't think it's fair to say that it's, you know, a north-south thing now. I think it's, you know, you look at the forest fires in California and the southwest of the states, just really extensive and covering national parks as well. Forest fires throughout Australia, you look at the flooding in parts of Europe as well. I mean, we had a heat wave here, which was unprecedented. It may have been uncomfortable. People may not have died in such large numbers, but they were dying in other parts of the world, certainly in Spain and Portugal, which had just extraordinarily high temperatures. So I don't necessarily see those sort of geographical distinctions in the same way. It's just much more profound, obviously, with low-lying islands. And there were some pretty bad hurricanes as well that hit Florida and other parts of the US. The difference, I think, is that they have systems of insurance and access to capital and government support and subsidy and repair. So it's, I mean, it addresses that other level of inequality, which is structural. But it's not that the effects themselves are, you know, directly related to some form of environmental imbalance.
But gladly that is the case. But the effects, as you know, the effects of all these climate events are highly differentiated in socioeconomic. And the government is the major emitter
of course. Yes.
And we are not taxing carbon. We are not taxing any of these processes that are, you know, so that the vision of growth, the vision of how societies are organized is not oriented seriously in the major economies of the world to do anything other than some form of greenwashing. And so I think it's an issue that goes beyond the university. It's a political issue of putting pressure on places where these decisions are taken. But it's in the university is yes, that we can contribute the research and the insight and the analysis that can help fund those, that can help formulate those political positions, which absolutely radically have to change.
I don't disagree with that. My point was just that actually climate change is still coming for you if you're in Australia or you're in California or in Spain.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just-
and I completely
yeah.
agree with that. My point of discussion wasn't to say the global south is the only one who will suffer from climate events. It's not the only one, but it seems to be mostly prioritized.
It's more vulnerable, right?
And
It's clearly vulnerable.
in the global north, you see universities doing things for the global south, which is not at all bad, but it can be kind of paternalistic at times. And my kind of, I guess, my challenging question or problematic question is, why is that universities at the same time don't kind of worry about their own local issues? Not that I'm saying, oh, worry about, you know, everything, just worry about UK, don't worry about the global south. But why is that not happening at the same time? It's kind of my problematic question, I guess.
I mean, I think.
Brad, can I interrupt? Just say, we are cutting into tea time. I don't mind if we carry on, because everyone seems really plugged in. I don't mind if we keep chatting. How do people feel about that?
I'm fine. I was just posing kind of a
Well,
problem.
I was going to say, I mean, universities in and of themselves are not necessarily benevolent institutions. You know, they may be, you know, they're interest-based institutions in the same way. And okay, education is very much part of our interest. But if you look at, say, the Global Challenges Research Fund, some years ago, I was in India, and the partner university and I were having a conversation. We said, well, you know, you can access this fund. And so we looked up to see how many projects were based in India. And the way it was presented by the British government was that The largest number of projects, I think, were in South Africa, then they were in India. It was either India, then South Africa. But then when you saw how many Indian institutions were registered to receive funds, there were about 7. And while there was an awful lot of research taking place in India, and some of the participants, or some of the principal investigators were themselves Indian nationals, they were based in British universities. And so the money was actually coming through British universities, and yes, research was being done in these other countries. So yes, there is a whole language of paternalism around how research is structured and how we organize ourselves. Yeah.
Okay, I will close it there. We have 10 minutes for tea. I think that discussion was spectacular. Thank you to our panel. Apparently we ran out of coffee earlier. The coffee is back.
It's fresh coffee now.
So yeah, hot sauce, and I'll see you back at.
And still a lot of food.
Yeah. So 10 minutes, 14:45. Oh, yeah, that was really nice. I felt so bad making the tea happen.
Should we get it up on here?
Yep.
Do we want this one still? Or?
No.
And I also know, I'm gonna say example from the panel, so I don't agree with the idea that we have students from all around the world. You know, we make them come, and then we say, okay, but you, so don't attract
We saw that even with less demand for flights.
Well, exactly.
That's potential. How many?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, after that huge firing.
Let's not let's look at
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Leila. That's great.
Leila, good. Hi, Tristan. Sorry for not being there. I had an appointment here in the morning.
Oh, you're here with us. That's all that counts.
Brilliant.
Looking forward to your talk. So you may be on first, Leila. Is that okay? Because
Oh, okay. I was thinking if it's possible to have Mark and Preeti before me, because that's how I.
well, if we can get them online, we'll do that. But they're both logging in at the moment. Okay.
Hi, can you actually hear me now? You've promoted me.
Hi, Mark. Yes, we can hear and see you.
Good.
Wonderful. Thank you.
That's right. I was sitting in the webinar going, nobody can hear me.
Yes, we got it now. We got it. We're just waiting for Preeti and we're finishing our coffee break, but glad we got to test the audio and we'll start shortly.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Back to our feet and Zoom.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. And I think the last session was quite energizing, and that's very encouraging, given that we're going into pretty much our last session for the day. And for this session, really, the focus will be on COP27 and implications. You know, what does this mean for universities going forward? And I think the idea is to reflect and concretize some of the conversations that were already taking place through the panel. So it's wonderful we get to extend that discussion and link it a little bit more to COP27 in particular. So we have 3 speakers today. I'll introduce them in order. We've reshuffled them a bit. And this is meant to be a participatory debate. So again, not speakers speaking at you as we reflect on the implications of COP for higher education. First, we have Mark Maslin. Okay, thank you so much, Mark, for joining us. It's a pity you had palm trees up in your background and now they're gone. Don't know what that's about. But, so Mark will speak first, followed then, I think, by Leila.
We'll see if Priti can join. We might have some tech issues, but it might
Yeah.
be Leila and then Priti.
Leila will follow. And this is Leila Karibal. And if we can get Priti, then we will. But if not, I suppose I could add a little bit more time to what I've allocated for each of you. So you have about 7 minutes each to speak. But let's see how it goes. I might be generous. And then after the 3 discussions, we'll open the floor and take questions and comments. Again, to the people on Zoom, firstly, thank you for staying with us. It's a huge level of commitment that you've demonstrated. Please continue to pose your questions in the Q&A and your comments in the chat box. All right, so let's go ahead, Mark, and begin with you, please.
So thank you so much for inviting me, and just a few words about COPs in general and then COP27, because I think all of us who have been here have realized that this is very different to previous COPs, particularly COP26 in Glasgow. So the thing to remember about COP meetings is that they are actually 4 meetings in one. And I think people don't seem to realize that. And that actually means that they don't understand the impact that academics and non-governmental organizations can have. So the first thing is, in the core is called the negotiations. The negotiations are all the parties, which are the countries, of which there are nearly over 200 individual countries. The interesting thing is they all have the same voice. Now, of course, they have very different sized delegations, but within the UNFCCC framework, they all get the same voice. So Jamaica, St. Kitts has the same voice as China. And it all has to be done by consensus. So all countries have to agree to the text or the agreement that comes out. It's not a majority. It can't be super pushed through by sort of like big countries. It has to be everybody. Then surrounding that is what I would call the Climate Expo, which are the pavilions. So these are huge jamborees of the countries showing what they're doing to decarbonize, to make their country greener. We have then lots of organizations like the World Health Organization, UNESCO, all the big organizations, the World Bank, all represented there with pavilions. And then you have many small organizations representing civil society. There's also one incredible pavilion, which is for indigenous people to provide a voice. So these are basically providing a showcase of what's happening around the world. It's also providing a place where people can voice their concerns about climate change and influence the negotiators as strongly as they can. And every day, each one of these pavilions have panels, discussions about different aspects. And then outside that is usually the business to business and NGO meetings that occur outside. So at Sharm el-Sheikh, many of the other hotels were booked up to actually have these sort of like meetings. Not as many as there were at Glasgow, which all of Glasgow seemed to be focused on the COP meeting. And then the 4th meeting is, of course, the protests and actually civil society, which I have to say was sadly lacking in Egypt. So this is the area. And the interesting thing is people say, well, what influence do we have? Why bother to send people to these COP meetings? So we're very lucky. We've now got to the point where we get 8 tickets. So we get 8 for week 1 and 8 for week 2. So we can send 16 people directly as representatives. And I know of at least another 5 UCL people who were representing other organizations. So we have a very large group that goes. And they're a disparate group. So we have lawyers looking at loss and damage. We have engineers looking at sanitation in the developing world. We have people looking at civil society. One of my own master students was actually living with the locals outside of COP for the first week, because she's lived there for 2 years, to see how COP was actually affecting the local communities. And I can report back very, very badly. So we have so many people there who are influencing, who are networking, who are building research networks, funding networks, and of course, intellectual networks, and incredibly cross-disciplinary. And I think that's really important. We are also observers, and that's what our status is, observers. We are observing the negotiations. We are there to check and make sure that the parties are doing the best they can, and we have strong influences. For example, one of my colleagues, Simon Lewis, is actually part of the Congo delegation. He feels slightly guilty for, I think for the last 10 years, he's been part of the Gabon delegation, and he's now switched camps because of his recent work on the Congo Pete. So I think that gives you a context. And I have to say, my other last reflection for the last few minutes I have is the difference between COP26 and COP27. COP26, there was 2 years of preparation because of the delay due to the pandemic. The UK governments and the Italian governments had spent those 2 years working on the different parties to try to get to some agreement. So therefore, you don't turn up on week one going, hey, what are we going to do? So there's lots of background work. As Priti will tell you, the energy levels at Glasgow never dropped. Okay, it started sky high and basically continued through. It was like being at an FA Cup final every single day. It was absolutely exhausting, but really energizing. In the first week, there were 3 major announcements, one on deforestation, one on coal finance, and one on, I'm just trying to remember the last one. Oh yes, methane. Boom. Then we had big announcements in the second week, and then there was this real push to get a strong statement out, and we did. So the Glasgow Climate Pact actually mentions fossil fuels, the dealing with coal and dealing with fossil fuel subsidies is mentioned in the text. And so this was a success. However, loss and damage and the 100 billion that we were expecting still did not turn up. So there's big expectations for, of course, Sharm el-Sheikh, COP27. However, they got the timing wrong. So week one was during the US midterm elections. So the press weren't interested, particularly the American press and the Western press. Then week 2 was the G20. So therefore, all the world leaders, apart from Lula from Brazil, didn't bother to make it to COP27 because they're happy at G20. And then, of course, if it goes on to Saturday and possibly Sunday as it may, nobody cares because the World Cup has started. So therefore, I was supposed to have coffee with my CNN contacts on Monday of week 2. I was going to do interviews. And basically, when I texted them, they wrote back, sorry, we've already left. Nothing happening here. So very subdued, very quiet compared with other COPs. And therefore, all we can hope over the weekend is that there is some decent text that comes out that doesn't water down the Glasgow Pact, and actually that gives us something to build on. Interesting thing is in the future, the next one, next year, will be in Dubai in their Expo Center, and that would be some really interesting politics compared with, say, the last few. After that, it's going to go to Eastern Europe, and then after that, it's going to go to somewhere in South America, hopefully Brazil. So that's my little potted history of the COPs and also the influence that UCL have and the huge range of contacts that we have in the COP process and through the country delegations and through all of the international NGOs and organizations. Hope that's given you a bit of a flavor of COP27.
It has, Mark. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to get inputs from people who are actually at COP and who can give us a sense of what is happening in reality and the shortcomings, I suppose, of the COP conference. All right, so Pretty Parikh was able to join us, which is fabulous. So I will hand over to you as our next speaker. You have
There's a big room, Pretty and Mark, you can't see the lovely faces over here, but.
Anyway, so Pretty, you have about 7 minutes, please. Do share, and we're so glad you could join.
Thank you so much, and apologies for all the tech drama. Zoom was insistent I had to update my version, which I could not do by myself. But never mind, I am here. And I think I've managed to listen to part of Mark's reflections, which I pretty much agree with. It felt that the energy levels were very, very low here. It felt that there was a lack of motivation, enthusiasm. Somehow the turning of the wheels was very mechanical. It really felt flat. I mean, we went in week 2 and the expectation was that things would be ramping up. But pretty much the first part of the week felt very subdued, very quiet. We would walk around the pavilions and we would find buzz, but it would be people talking to their own community. So I was having an interesting discussion with my colleagues from UNICEF in Africa in the water pavilion, who said, well, everyone here works in the water field, so we are not actually pushing the boundaries on water infrastructure, which is climate resilient. We are not speaking to experts from other disciplines. We are not solving the big challenges. It's all the water people talking to each other, which we could do in a water conference. And my colleagues were noting similar observations from the country pavilions, where it would be, say, in India, collaborators from India talking to each other, the same in Canada. So it did not feel as if there was the scope for communities or different groups to reach out and breach those divides that we have between our disciplines. And I mean, this is where I think UCL is pretty special, because we have the ability to put together in teams, put together individuals in a room who would have expertise in, say, environmental law and climate science and engineering and geography and planning. I attended a few panel events during the course of the week, including one organized by ICSI, which is the International Coalition for Sustainable Infrastructure. And they did a credible job of getting in panelists, speakers for the roundtable from multiple organizations, global speakers who were able to bring in case studies. And this is the part I enjoyed, where people were giving us practical examples of how we can fix this crisis. I'm a civil engineer by training, so I really enjoy some of those very practical stories on the ground. And there were examples of e-bikes to benefit farming communities in East Africa. So those practical, tangible examples were really good to hear, but I felt that there was a disconnect between those case studies and practical examples and what were happening in the negotiations. And the negotiations also felt very slow. I attended a discussion where there were ministers from a couple of nations as US launched their net zero plan, which is US plus 18 countries. And the ministers all seemed enthusiastic, but after the event, I managed to speak to ministers from Cyprus, and they were very clear and blunt as to the fact that most of the leaders are a G20, they are not attending COP. There is this lack of leadership which is demonstrated, lack of attention, which Mark alluded to. They were quite candid in admitting that the negotiations are far, far behind compared to Glasgow. So my confession is it has felt pretty flat. I went to a very interesting event on the Gender Day where we had female ministers who also highlighted the lack of female presidency and leadership in COP. And I think if you look at the stats and if you look at leadership in delegations, the number of women leaders probably sits between 30% and 37%. Which kind of indicates there's lack of kind of gender equity in those discussions, which is important because women bear the double burden of climate change and lack of infrastructure. I'm a civil engineer, so I work in the field of infrastructure, and infrastructure did come up in the discussions, especially around adaptation and loss and damages. What I'm hoping for, and we'll see if this is achieved over the weekend with a mad scramble, is whether there are funding allocations for technology transfer, for infrastructure investments leading to adaptation, because the harsh reality is, as we were discussing in the water pavilion, is that 3 billion people on this planet do not have access to safe sanitation. So there is still this big question, urgency around how do we provide access to very basic services to enable people to live a life of dignity on one hand, and how do we tackle in combination the big climate crisis, where it is becoming clear that we are going to miss the 1.5. The discussions are now centered around 2 degrees. So similar to Mark, I feel that I'm keeping my fingers crossed for the weekend, but so far I feel progress has been very, very slow. And I think I'm going to pause here.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Priti, for sharing those insights. And thank you also for keeping to your time allocation. Leila, you can go straight into you have a PowerPoint. Great.
I'm quite visual. So thank you so very much, Mark and Priti, for your reporting of the event. Now, just to clarify to to people in the hall, I did not go to COP27, so I'm not reporting from there. But my reflections are based on trying to follow what's happening at COP27, trying to understand the kind of families that I come from, communities I come from that are at the front line of facing climate injustices, and trying to make sense of my own position in the global north as a privileged academic. So my reflection kind of is based on my interaction with these 3 locations. And Tristan invited me for this event, the role of universities in mitigating climate crisis, and which I interpreted as the role of westernized higher education in redressing climate injustice. And this responds to a lot of things. So first of all, as I was looking at who could be there and who could not be there, to start with Coca-Cola sponsoring COP27 is itself a problematic issue. COP27's PR firm, heavily funded by gas and oil industries. So what is being communicated outside as a global PR firm officially representing COP27? So all that was hugely disappointing from the location I see it from. On the other hand, who is not in COP27, some of the faces that you see, and I use PowerPoint because I really believe in bringing voices, and I would have also shown you a video of Hidme Markham, who is in jail for anti-mining activism and climate justice activism. So she could never be in COP27 or 26, or for that matter. You see Nodip Kaur. These are, so Hidme is an Adivasi activist, which is most marginalized group in India. You have Dalit activists who are historically marginalized along the caste locations, again was jailed, right? Recently released. And once you're in jail, it's difficult to obtain visa. Shoma Sen is still in jail, speaking out against climate injustices. Disha Ravi managed to go to COP27, but she was also in jail. So the point is, who manages to go to COP27 and who don't is also intersectionally distributed. A lot of people who are actually at the front line of facing climate injustices hail from some of the most marginalized groups. They come from indigenous communities. Youth are at the forefront from these communities. Women are also at the forefront. But as I showed you, that a lot of them are in jail, right? Under the charges of terrorism when it comes to India. So when I say in the global majority, I don't mean just global south. Global majority includes people who are excluded by the global capitalist patriarchy, whether they live in the global north or global south. So it's a global majority, which is an excluded majority, and thus also suffers from a great deal of environmental violence. So my suggestion now as an academic, reflecting back to the title of this conference today, What role can universities play? Now, I understand that our literature reviews follow certain conventions, our research protocols follow certain conventions. And my question is, just the way these indigenous population get filtered out from participating in these locations and make their voice heard, even in our research processes, these most marginalized voices who actually produce sustainable concepts, theories, critique, and transformative solution, and their knowledge exists predominantly in their struggle. This is struggle knowledge, which does not show in English language in peer-reviewed articles. So I think there is an issue of epistemic justice here, whether it's COP27 or whether in our westernized universities research framework. Please stop me anytime the time is up, because I can just share my PowerPoint via email. So please feel free to stop.
2 minutes. 53 seconds.
Right. So also the kind of urgency that the discussions, if most of the people come from the locations that are from low intensity crisis, and those people who actually are in high intensity crisis, and I've been fascinated by some of the stark differences when the people suggest solution from the low intensity crisis. Now, if we look at SDG itself, is a very good example, Sustainable Development Goals, that many people flagged even in COP27. And I'm thinking, is it uncritically being reproduced here? The reason is, a lot of people in the global majority have been experiences of ecocide right from the 15th century. It's associated with colonial extraction and mining and exploitation and genocide. So they have been talking about sustainable development for over 400 years. And yet the Western community that holds absolute enormous epistemic power in shaping the discourse talks about sustainable development in 2015. So the kind of urgency that's reflected in some of the discourses does not meet the urgency that most marginalized people feel. I really appreciated the panel where Elaine and Brad and my colleagues, I'm so sorry that I didn't catch the names of everybody, but you spoke absolutely brilliantly. And also the audience had fascinating questions. And so I don't have to add much, but if our research paradigm rooted in just trying to see how are the global South countries adapting and being resilient about climate change, that's probably not doing us justice. What we need to do in our research is reverse the gaze